Hey y'all, this is Ishnai Ciarfox. Welcome to my stream. Checking real quick. Yeah.
Quit following me.
Here. Red and black.
Huh.
No, I've been longer than that. And good, because it's a slow time to do pets. Still 2 days later kind of thing. I've spent so much time. Hey cat, guess what you got? More pets!
Oh, Paimon almost forgot! Didn't Zhongli say Hu Tao was also planning on spending some time in Xiaoying Village? We didn't have anything else to do today, right?
Yeah, of course not.
Have a look around. Maybe we'll run into her.
No. See what stuff she's gotten into.
The mountain air is so refreshing. It makes Paimon feel like she could float around all day and never get tired.
I doubt.
Cream! Gummies! Fuel fruit! Huh? Did you hear that?
I'll pretend I didn't.
Sunshine! Blue skies! Good vibes!
I'm still gonna pretend I don't hear anything.
What? So Paimon wasn't just hearing things. That voice sounds really familiar.
Well, what are those Hu Tao?
Well, we've got the time. Why don't we go check it out?
Try to make your way up the mountain in search of the sources of shouting. As far as you can make out, it's almonds this and cocoa. Taste that. Sounds delicious, that's for sure. The lively voice invigorates your steps and you ascend the mountain.
What are they doing here?
Oh, it isn't Hu Tao. Huh.
Navia, Clarande!
Hi!
Well, if it isn't my dear partners.
Good that they're back together again and, you know, friends.
See, I told you that something good was going to happen during our travels today. I have to say, sometimes the Steambird's astrology column is spot on.
I mean, good that I am something good, but...
It's just your lucky day.
Are you guys also here to catch the festivities? Oh, and that reminds me. Happy Lantern Rite!
Happy Lantern Rite!
Happy Lantern Rite.
And to you.
Happy Lantern Rite to you too! Wait, if you're here for Lantern Rite, then what are you doing on top of this deserted mountain?
Being crazy?
And that voice we heard, that was you, right, Navia?
Oh, impressive. You could tell it was me from that far away. You've got good ears.
That or your voice is just really loud.
Shut up, Paimon.
Well, of course it is. After all, I'm a boss.
Indeed. I suppose it's an asset.
Sure is! Having a loud voice is a handy tool when it comes to communication.
Right, Paimon?
Wait. That wasn't even Paimon's point. Paimon just wants to know why you two were shouting from the top of this deserted mountain.
It's not deserted. Do you not see the building behind
There was
us?
something about almonds, maybe? And buell fruit? Ooh, is it some sort of secret code?
No.
No, it's not a code. The words are meaningless.
Just getting the energy out.
Perhaps. But the act of shouting was very meaningful indeed. That's just what mountain climbers do, right? After all the hard work it takes to make it to the top, as you stand on the summit looking out at the vast scenery, it's not easy to resist the urge to release those emotions.
Ricola. Oh, sorry.
Exactly. You get me, partner. I was afraid that it would cause a disturbance, so I asked the locals around here, and they said it was fine. Apparently, most hikers like to shout when they get to the top, so the locals are used to it by now.
You're not at the top, though!
So, you see, it's not just me. I guess everyone shouts from the top of a mountain at some point in their life.
I've been to many mountains and I haven't done that, including the Grand Canyon.
Speak for yourself.
Chaco Canyon.
When you're stressed, don't you ever just get the urge to do something for no reason?
Yeah. It usually hurts me, but...
Not really. If I ever get stressed, I just go hunting.
Oh, that's a pretty good way to relieve stress.
Yes, take it out on other things.
What I choose to hunt depends on my mood.
Humans.
Anyway, why don't you two give it a try? Shout anything you want. It's a real stress reliever.
I don't wanna.
As long as Paimon has clothes on her back and food in her belly, Paimon doesn't think there's any stress that needs relieving.
I prefer to keep things bottled up, yeah.
Oh, I bet you guys are just too embarrassed to let loose.
Shut it.
No need to be shy. Even Farina was shouting from the top of this mountain earlier.
The fuh?
Huh? Did Paimon hear that right? Farina's also here? In Chaoyang Village?
Believe in your ears. It is indeed as you heard. Actually, the reason we climbed this mountain in the first place was also because we heard the sound of shouting.
Yes, we could just about make out someone yelling things like, "Help me!" and "What should I do?" So we hurried up here to check it out. And what do you know? Miss Farina was standing right there, all red in the face. She practically sprinted back down the mountain the minute she saw us.
Ah, that reminds me. I believe what she actually said was, "So help me, I will figure out what I should do about this script."
So, you could actually hear what she was saying? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought someone was really in trouble.
I figured we would come check out the situation either way. Why not let her keep some privacy?
Oh, seems like you caught Farina in the middle of some stress relief as well.
Like she's enjoying being a director.
She probably would have never thought. No, she definitely would have never thought she would run into anyone she knew all the way out here.
Was she alone?
I think so. We ran into Nervalet on the way here as well, but he was
Nervalet
already on
was
his
here?
way back, so they probably weren't together.
What? Nervalet was here too?
How many people from
What
Fontaine?
was he doing here? It couldn't have been for vacation.
Probably get some more water.
I think it just might have been, actually. But apparently he only stayed for half a day before heading back. He's a very busy man.
Neuvillette is not the type to take much time off. Taking even a half day for himself is already a huge step in the right direction.
Didn't Charlotte publish an article on the Liyue tea industry recently? Maybe he was inspired to come buy some tea after reading that article. You know, just like you were.
My
tea.
situation is completely different. I'm here because I was asked to accompany you. The tea purchase is simply an added bonus of this location.
Lies! You want to spend time together.
Fontanians in your tea drinking.
Shut up, Paimon.
Oh, it's not for me. I lost a bet with Ridesley, and now I have to buy him something.
You seems like a
It
fitting
was
guess.
just a spur-of-the-moment sort of bet.
Tell me!
Ridesley gets really invested in that sort of thing, but he couldn't care less about what he wins in the end. You could give him mint plants that you plucked from the side of the road, and he wouldn't even mind.
Is it a gambling problem?
If only he was that easygoing when it came to talking business. In any case, I'm pretty sure the tea you bought is this region's specialty. What is it called again? Nervalet even mentioned it earlier.
Hello?
Yes, that's the one.
Yes, I am tea amazing.
You didn't really buy 10 boxes, did you?
Please, do I look like someone who would fall for that sort of marketing trap?
That reminds me. You guys said you only came up here because you heard my voice, right? I hope it didn't put you out. You must have had other plans for the day.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Who tell?
No.
A few days ago, we heard that a friend was going to be in Chaoyang Village. So we decided to come and see if we could run into her.
Oh dear. We've been chatting for quite some time. I'm sorry for keeping you.
No harm done, partner.
That's good.
We should probably head out and look for Hu Tao.
No need to stay on our account. We just got up here, so
wonder
we're gonna
what-
stay around for a little longer.
The whole thing with Farina and all the others would be the response if you hadn't finished
Go and
Fontaine's
meet your
thing.
friend. We can meet up in Chaoying Village later.
Sounds
Okay.
good. We're gonna head down the mountain then. See you later!
What do I have to do to get you to yell from the top of this mountain? Name your price.
You really want to hear it that bad, huh?
Yes!
I'm just curious is all. I have a feeling you'll say something amazing.
I will pass. I prefer to let actions speak louder than words.
Yelling is an action.
What do I have to do?
Okay,
You
the
really
same
want-
thing.
I'm just curious.
I prefer to let action...
Like I said, yelling is an action. Back to my character. I was have her out. Jolie!
Chaoying Village is known for its tea. But you know what else they have with tea? That's right, dim sum!
I was thinking tea cakes, but okay.
Didn't Gaming say something about dim sum being eaten in the morning? Oh, Paimon wonders if we can still get some at this time of day.
Afternoon tea might be more appropriate.
Oh, well that's fine too. Paimon doesn't care what kind of tea it is as long as it comes with some tasty snacks. Now, let's see what kind of yummy things we can find around here.
Good thing that Zhongli is here now instead of Nouvellette, you know, catching
Paimon's
him.
not seeing things, is she? Is that Farina standing between Zhongli and Hu Tao?
No. Judging based on the hat, I'd say so.
Wonder what they're talking about. Zhongli knows a lot of stuff. Maybe he's telling Farina about Chaoying Village.
It sounds like Kutel and them are talking more than...
Or maybe Hu Tao is trying to rope Farina into being one of her clients.
Wanna bet?
Hey, this isn't the Fortress of Meropide.
And?
But Paimon could be convinced for the right price. Let's say loser buys the winner 3 huge bowls of seafood kanji. Since Zhongli is there, Paimon bets things are pretty tame. It's decided then. Paimon votes for tour guide Zhongli.
I vote for Hustler
All right,
Kutel.
no time to waste. Let's go see who's right.
What if we're both wrong?
Good afternoon, Hu Tao, Zhongli, and Farina.
Don't scare her to jump off the
Oh,
side.
great. Now Paimon's shouting too.
Oh, well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Seems like our luck just keeps on
I say,
growing.
good thing it didn't scare Farina into the water.
That we were able to meet you both without prior arrangement must mean that this is quite the serendipitous meeting indeed.
Is it?
Huh? Oh, so both of you are acquainted with the Traveler and Paimon then?
We don't know when to stop being acquainted with people. He only felt the passage time since our last meeting.
Looks like someone's learned a thing or two from Zhongli.
I see a chest over there.
I must admit, I am a bit surprised to see you here, Traveler.
Oh, sweetie!
But seeing as you're a hero who's been all over Teyvat, it makes sense that you would be well-traveled and well-connected.
I wonder if Farina actually knows that that's Morax.
Since we have found ourselves in each other's company within this fertile land, allow me to take this opportunity to wish you a happy Lantern Rite.
Happy
It
later, right?
appears you have been to Fontaine then.
Yes.
Given your proclivity to spread good deeds wherever you go, it's no surprise that you would make the acquaintance of a celebrity as illustrious and celebrated as Miss Farina.
I want to see what it'd be like if, you know, you hadn't done Fontaine yet.
That's quite high praise. What I mean to say is, you flatter me, Mr. Zhongli. Although I've built up a certain following within Fontaine, it is no reflection of strength or wisdom. I stand before you right now as nothing more than an ordinary traveler in search of beautiful scenery and creative inspiration. There is definitely more to Mr. Zhongli than meets the eye. I could tell as much from our conversation earlier. Given his breadth of knowledge on both academic and worldly matters, there's no way he hasn't heard about what happened in Fontaine. Is he just feigning ignorance for my benefit?
Yes.
No. Yeah. You're no common tourist. I simply won't have you talk about yourself that way.
Huh? Does that mean Hu Tao also knows?
You may not have heard, friends, but...
Miss Hu Tao.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Yep.
These are tough Steam client.
Okay, you win. Guess Paimon will have to break into the hidden stash at the bottom of her shoe.
What's this about winning something?
Don't tell me. You two were placing bets on us?
Nah! It's Paimon's idea.
We just saw you guys standing on the side of the road and couldn't help but take guesses as to what you were talking about.
Yeah!
Oh, I see. That means you, my friend, must have guessed that I was trying to promote my business to Miss Farina.
Well, you know me, and I know you.
That I do, my friend. What was Paimon's guess then?
Paimon thought Zhongli was showing the newbie around.
By newbie, you mean me, right?
Yes, you're a new part of our harem.
If that's the case, then Paimon's guess was also correct.
Oh, that's right. Mr. Zhongli was telling me about some great sightseeing spots in the area.
You see? Paimon was right too! Since both of our guesses were right, there can't be a winner or a loser.
Fine, keep your secret stash then.
Hey,
Well,
don't be upset,
I now
traveler.
know it's in your boots.
How about this? You buy Paimon a bowl and Paimon will also buy you a bowl. As for the third bowl...
Since I was the subject of the bet, perhaps it should go to me? You know, as a congratulations for the huge deal I just struck.
I'll buy you a bowl anytime you want.
I was just joking. Anyway, I should be the one treating you. The funeral parlor is about to bring in quite the sum after all.
You plan on killing her now?
Oh, Paimon almost forgot to ask about the most important question. Did, something happen recently, Farina?
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, a list of things.
Well, you know, with you enlisting the services of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor and all.
Oh, well, yes.
Really? Oh no. Paimon is so sorry for your loss. Although Paimon may have not known the person, please accept Paimon's
Oh, you're being nice?
Whoa, it's not like that, Paimon.
Huh? But Paimon just thought, since you hired the services of a funeral parlor and all... Hey, it's not that big of a stretch.
It's not wrong, though.
Really, Paimon? It's not like you don't know me. Do I look like I know anyone who would ask me to coordinate their funeral?
Yes.
Miss Hu Tao is simply helping prepare some props for my film. Not too long ago, I read a collection of horror stories from Liyue. The content was spectacular. In fact, I still feel the need to sleep with the light on even now.
Sweetie!
Anyway, that's not the point. Now that Fontaine's biggest star has returned to the stage, I figured it's about time the industry enjoyed a breath of fresh air.
Call it breath of fresh tour?
Hey! That's pretty good! I'll have to remember that for my ad posters.
You're welcome.
Oh, Paimon sees. That makes a lot of sense. So, did you come to Liyue just to enlist the services of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor?
Well, not exactly. My original plan was to just relax and enjoy the sights. But then I ran into Miss Hu Tao and Mr. Zhongli, and well, you know the rest. I suppose it was meant to be.
Yeah.
It was a fated meeting indeed.
You knew about this Zhongli, didn't you?
Zhongli sure loves his lofty turns of phrase. But if you ask me, it's all thanks to that man who stopped to ask for directions.
Oh? Who was it?
It's someone you know. Wanna take a guess?
It was Nouvellette, wasn't it?
What? How did you guess that on your first try?
Good thing that Zhongli didn't. What's her
Very
name?
impressive, my friend. Your guessing game is spot on today.
Counter with Navia and Chloride at the top of the mountain. One pitiful expression of fear in his face to convince you to leave out the part about the shouting.
Huh. Paimon never thought Nouvellette would be the type to get lost.
Well, it's not his land.
I'm sure he didn't get lost. Even I was able to find my way to this place without any trouble.
Oh.
He was already getting ready to leave by the time I arrived. He just wanted to ask someone about the quickest way to get back to Fontaine.
Yup, that's exactly what he asked. This area is full of mountains and rivers. It's normal to not know the fastest route.
You mean they actually met each other? Zhongli... Surprise. For him, though, the swing would probably be the fastest route of them
So,
all.
were you the one that pointed him in the right direction, Hu Tao?
Of course. I'm also a guide of sorts, you know. So naturally, I also have a great
Okay,
sense
so
of direction.
Zhongli didn't meet him.
But speaking of your friend,
What about him?
Yes, he's crazy.
he doesn't get out much, does he?
No, he doesn't.
No wonder. He was stiff as a board and way too polite. I would have never guessed he was here on vacation if you hadn't told me.
All in all, he was only here for half a day. I'm pretty sure he is the only one who would consider that to be a vacation.
Oh? This gentleman you speak of must keep a demanding schedule.
Yes, Zhongli.
I'm sure he does. You didn't see him, but he was dressed like he was about to attend some important meeting. It wasn't anything like what someone would wear on vacation.
Is that so?
Wait, you didn't see him, Zhongli?
Unfortunately, no.
No, you were fucking running away.
At the time, it appeared as if Director Hu and Miss Farina were having quite the productive conversation. I know matters of business can take much discussion, so I decided to fetch some tea for them.
Right.
What a shame. That gentleman seemed like a sophisticated sort of guy. I actually think you two would have hit it off.
Is that so?
Judging by how Zhongli is acting, and taking into consideration Nouvellette's true identity, could Zhongli have been avoiding him on purpose? Yes!
Hmm?
Oh, I see. Here's what it is.
To borrow Miss Farina's turn of phrase, perhaps it just wasn't meant to be.
Well, with the traveler around, I'm sure you'll have a chance to get to know each other at some point.
Oh god.
That's right. She's got more friends than she knows what to do with.
I have a certain charm about
Well,
me.
that's certainly true. Oh, that reminds me. If you get the chance, you should try and talk to Nouvellette into loosening up a bit.
I mean, yeah.
Just tell him the Palais Mermonia isn't going to fall apart if he disappears for a few days. He shouldn't keep himself cooped up all the time.
I know, right?
Even clams open their shells to let in fresh water every once in a while, right?
Yeah.
If he's really that much of a stickler for protocol, he can fill out a leave of absence request. He'd have to approve it himself since he handles that sort of thing now, but you know what I mean.
Give me myself permission to do something.
Seems like this gentleman is also in charge of something pretty important.
Otherwise, the demon who controls all the paperwork. He's a fair and impartial Udex of Fontaine, head of the highest court of the
Yeah,
land.
sounds like a pretty uptight sort of guy, all right. In my experience, a leader needs to be able to roll with the punches. That also includes knowing when and what to prioritize.
I mean, he has a few centuries
It
more to
seems
learn
like your
that.
friend still has a lot of growing to do.
If I remember correctly, he's already several thousands of years old.
Yeah.
You're quite right, Miss Hu Tao.
Sweetie's in the background!
Oh? Traveler, Miss Farina, those two individuals over there appear to recognize you.
Oh, it's Navia and Clorand.
saw you all chatting over here, and we're wondering if we could join in.
More the merrier! Especially sweet ladies like you.
Please, excuse the interruption.
Oh, so polite. No apologies necessary. Any friend of the Traveler and Miss Farina is a friend of mine.
Ah, straight to the point. I like it.
Knew they'd get along just fine. Everyone circles around you and begins to introduce themselves. Hutal lights eyes light up when she hears about Cloran's profession, but a quick explanation from Farina Navia seems to dispel some of her more misguided ideas.
It's getting late. If we want to catch a boat back before dark, we should probably get going.
Indeed. Then, Miss Farina,
Oh, yes?
when are you planning to head back? Do you need us to escort you?
Oh, I don't think that will be necessary. I mean, you're not my subordinate anymore. You don't need to look after me.
I didn't mean it that way. It's normal for friends to travel home together if they run into each other on the road.
There are a lot of mountainous roads in this area. I imagine they'll be even harder to navigate after dark.
Exactly! Just like in those ghost stories.
You're making it worse.
8 paths converge in a wood. Beside them an old house is stood. If you dare to go inside, not a soul will greet your eye.
Living one.
But if you take a closer look, there may be something you mistook. A candle flickers to and fro, yet there is no wind to make it so. What is its secret? What could it mean? In this wood, where mystery...
Farina!
My dear demoiselles, ladies, no, I mean friends, please take me with you.
Of course.
Farina.
Gotta say, Farina, you are really quite the character. By the way, did I hear you mention that Clorand used to work under you? Then you must have also been a leader at some point.
Yeah.
Well, that's, all in the past now. Besides, being a leader is hard. It wasn't the right job for me. I prefer how things are now. I can come and go as I please, and get to enjoy the sweet taste of freedom.
I see. Well, you've certainly picked an apt place to relax. Chaoying Village is an exemplary choice.
Well, have you all had a good time?
Only the best. And I've learned a lot, too. Thank you so much, Miss Hutao and Mr. Zhongli. It's fine. You've thanked us more than enough already. The next time you're in this neck of the woods, I'll treat you to some dim sum in the city. Dim sum. Is that some kind of Liyue term for snacks or desserts? They are a part of it. It's basically a table full of as much tea, sweets, and good company as you can manage. Oh, so it's basically a tea party. Sounds great.
Make sure to order the winter melon cake and the lotus flower crisp. They're so sweet and delicious. Paimon knows you'll love them.
Ooh, okay. I'll be looking forward to it then.
Wait, but didn't you guys say you were here on vacation? How come you're all going home empty-handed?
I know! You're not bringing home any souvenirs?
Of course I am. I bought tons of fun things to bring home with me.
Oh.
A kite, a parasol, a little tin frog that jumps. Oh, and a stuffed toy of a mythical beast.
What, the dragon?
Clorand is the one who didn't buy anything for herself.
So, all you're bringing back with you is that tea?
Well, it was a bet.
And some tea-flavored hard candies. They're for Sijween.
Aw.
Clorand isn't much of a shopaholic.
I mean, it's a thought that counts.
Well, one of us has to practice restraint.
Hey, I'm hardly reckless with my Mora. I'll have you know, all the purchases I made today were well within my budget.
You, Farina?
Me? Oh, well, I bought some tea, of course. I just had to try all the varieties recommended in the Steambird. Other than that, just some bits and bobs, you know. A little bit of this, little bit of that. They should all be things I can use, I think.
You fell for a few marketing traps then?
Now Paimon's even more confused.
Shut up, Paimon.
If you bought that much stuff, where did it all go? Into one of Linny's magic packets?
Oh,
Packets, pockets?
actually,
Monsieur Neuvillette took them with him.
Oh, so that's what happened. Wait, what? Why did he take them? Oh, he's not hoarding treasure, is he?
He's a dragon!
That's quite the imagination you've got there, Paimon. Monsieur Neuvillette just saw the amount of bags we had and offered to take them back for us. I felt a bit bad at first, but, I really did have a lot of stuff.
He even offered to deliver my gifts to the Fortress of Meripede for me once he's done with the day's work. Neuvillette is a man of his word. If he says he can do something, then he means it.
See, even Clorand was happy to take him up on his offer. If even his trusty subordinate agreed, then who was I to refuse?
Wow, he seems like a real gentleman. Maybe he's not as uptight as I thought.
Yes and no.
If only the funeral parlor had an employee as thoughtful, proactive, and responsible as him. Right, Zhongli?
Indeed.
Corinne said Neuvillette offered to deliver her gifts to Risley. So if we go to the entrance of the Fortress of Meripede, maybe we'll run into Neuvillette.
Oh, that reminds me. A new year of work is about to begin. If there's anything you want to talk about, Zhongli, you know you can come to me. I'm all ears.
Does the director have any concerns?
It just seemed like you were a bit preoccupied today, and much less talkative than usual. You barely said anything other than, "Is that so?" and "Indeed." If you ask me, I'd say you're having a midlife crisis. You're getting to be around that age after all.
Is that so?
Is that so?
I jest. Given its distance from the city, Chaoying Village enjoys a much slower pace of life. Surrounded by such peace and tranquility, I also seem to have developed a proclivity for inactivity.
Proclivity for inactivity.
I apologize for making you worry.
I see. What do you think, Traveler? Is this atmosphere putting you in a lazy mood too?
Out of mind, out of
Wow,
sight.
you are getting really good at these kinds of lines.
Indeed.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, everyone, make sure that you've got all your belongings with you before we leave. If there's any souvenirs anyone still wants to buy, the time is now.
Reliable as ever, Miss President.
What is that supposed to mean?
Clorand is right, though. You really are reliable.
It's not what she's saying, it's the way she's saying it.
I will say, but I never thought you'd be so easygoing outside of work, Clorand. The tone of voice you use when you're working doesn't exactly make you seem like the type who enjoys interacting with people.
I mean, okay.
Well, I try to keep my professional and private life separate. That includes my behavior.
You take care now, Traveler.
Don't worry.
Paimon.
Don't worry, your partner's very strong.
Trying to act cool now, are we? Well, I guess it's not an act for you, is it?
Nope.
You are indeed quite strong.
Yes.
It's been great talking to you all. I'm really glad I decided to come to Chaoying Village. Maybe we could go on another trip together sometime?
Girls' night! Girls' night! Come on!
But we don't know exactly when he'll show up.
You said in the afternoon. I want to see what the other response
That
is.
if there's any,
Does the direct...
it just seems, if you ask me.
Is that... Given its distance from the surrounded by such peace, I apologize for making.
What do you think, Traveler? Is this atmosphere putting
Different
you in
rules
a
should not
lazy
collide.
mood too? Wow, you are getting really good.
Indeed.
Okay, so it is basically the same response either way. Alright, let's go fight Nuvolet! Probably gonna wait because it's about to start. It's about right out here for a bit. Laughing about. I keep forgetting I have that. You know, I am absolutely horrified that I have never tried doing. 1 second. Oh. Eh. Oh my god. That's so cool. And it pops when you do. Sorry, ad break is now happening. I'm just, like I said, faffing about. "23 seconds, 22 seconds, blah 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 blah." Am I on this? Alright, community back, add end. Nivolet! Hydro Daddy! Let's see Cryo Daddy! Come on! Nivolet!
Look! It's Neuvillette! We lucked out!
I know!
Oh, it's you. It has been some time since our last meeting.
Sadly.
Few people frequent this location. Since I was able to conclude my work early for the day, I thought I might take a walk and avail myself of this area's peace and quiet.
But you spent half the day gone!
You call this early? Do you always work this late, Neuvillette?
Does he sleep?
Strictly speaking, that depends on the agenda for the day.
Sweetie?
I am hardly bereft of time, however, so working late is of little consequence to me.
Really? If you have so much time on your hands, then why did you only go to Qiaoying Village for half a day?
We're stalking you, that's the reason why we know.
First, I should clarify that I was referring to my lifespan, rather than the time at my disposal on any given day. Second, I was unaware you possessed knowledge of my trip to Qiaoying Village.
We're not stalking you. Give a quick summary of everything that happened today.
I see. Thank you for informing me.
So, did you cover
they have been safely delivered.
Damn, I was hoping to see Risley.
I have to hand it to Clorant. Just a simple gift delivery, and she has the great and mighty Udex at her beck and call.
I was just passing through. It was merely an act of convenience.
All right. Then I hereby confirm receipt of the goods on behalf of the staff of the Fortress of Meripede.
Nerds.
A verbal receipt of confirmation? Is such a formality really necessary for a small matter such as this?
No, but he's being a smartass.
Guess not. This quantity of tea, though, seems a little excessive for a gift, don't you think? Before you know it, they'll start accusing me of taking bribes.
You're asking if you want to have tea with him.
About that. Much of that is my own excess, I'm afraid.
Oh?
Oh? Why? What happened?
It was buy 10 boxes, get half off.
My sweet child!
Ah, that explains it then.
That salesman is damn!
Well,
Good.
go ahead and leave them to me. I'll get through this stash as fast as I can.
That sale.
You have
Sitting
my
pretty!
thanks. Oh, there's something else I'd like to give to you.
This is a stone slate, engraved with a symbolic design.
He's proposing to you.
While that is an apt description, it is in actuality a legal codex.
A legal codex, huh?
Before the advent of modern writing utensils, information was recorded on stone slabs such as this. The law was no different.
Okay.
Since ancient times, the scales of justice have symbolized the fairness and impartiality of judiciousness. As a tribute to that sentiment, this slate was designed after a traditional legal codex and engraved with a symbol instead of text. During my travels recently, I chanced upon a roadside stall offering tourists the opportunity to try their hand at the ceramic arts, so I decided to have a go.
Sweet!
We joked with Claran some time ago about gifting you a legal codex. So, here you go.
Nouvellette understands jokes.
So that's what this is about.
I did not expect you to remember it as well. In any case, I hope this can be considered as a reasonable attempt to join in on the banter.
Sweetie, oh my god!
It is a very good attempt. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Even your sense of humor centers around the law. That's an impressive level of commitment. Well, a gift of this significance deserves to be put on display, and I know just the place. Front and center in the fortress's showroom.
Oh god.
Surely there's no need for such a grand gesture.
He's being sarcastic.
Just kidding. I don't have anything like a showroom. But we do have a storage room. We can put it next to all the mechanical parts Sijwin has collected.
I bet Sijwing will like it.
That sounds good to me.
So that's what you were doing in Chaoying Village.
Indeed. Of course, while I was there, I also took the opportunity to taste the local spring water.
I hope it tastes better because I fixed it.
The aftertaste is much purer than what I have delivered to me in Fontaine. It stands to reason that the long-distance transport has a tendency to imbue the water with extraneous emotion.
Or I could have just fixed it.
If you want to experience the true flavor, you simply have to go to the source. Perhaps I should organize some time off to do the same elsewhere.
As they say in Lue, a balance between work and play is sure to keep your troubles at bay.
Then we are of the same mind. It appears my desire is justified.
Very justified.
If you say so, like, you know you don't have to justify a vacation, right? You can just take one. After all, you're hardly bereft of time. You can do whatever you want.
You're quite right. I suppose I suffer not from a lack of opportunity, but rather a lack of inspiration.
I can inspire you to, travel with me.
However, after reading a few articles about Liyue's holiday traditions, the idea popped into my head and made itself quite at home. Seeing as I was free of responsibilities for the morning, I decided to depart at once.
And how was it?
Refreshing. My spontaneous outing seemed to inspire quite a few other spontaneous decisions as well.
Oh?
Take, for example, my foray into ceramics. At first, soil from the ground is granular and unforgiving, but add the right amount of water, and it becomes soft, moldable, and able to take shape.
Hey, I want pics, or somebody's gonna do like fan art of Nouvellette in his finery doing ceramics. Oh my god.
In the past, I never thought about how quotidian vessels were crafted, but now I have participated in their very making. This is also something I made today.
Oh. I mean, it's adorable. Oh wow, that's a big ladle.
That's a ladle? Paimon thought it was supposed to be some long-necked sea creature.
Yes.
That was indeed one of my inspirations.
The color also really matches your
Really?
style.
You like it?
Sweetie! Oh my god!
To tell you the truth, given your unexpected arrival, I find myself quite unequipped to give you the welcome you deserve.
You need headpads! Oh my god! Yes, I.
Around such an important holiday such as this, human custom would dictate that gifts should be in order.
How excited you are! That's a gift! Oh my god, sweetie!
But I'm afraid this is all I can offer. If you'll have it, that is.
I mean, if I handed everything.
That is precisely why it would do me such a great honor if you accepted.
Did I accept?
You are
God.
most welcome. Happy Lantern Rite.
Well, that reminds me. Pass along advice for Nouvellette's vacation.
Approve a leave of absence request for myself.
It's like a dog! One of those. Really? Poor Nouvellette! Oh my god!
That sounds like it could easily lead to a vicious cycle of self-indulgence, something which couldn't be in further violation of protocol. But I suppose I understand her point. My proclivity to refrain from personal outings does, in part, originate from a sense of responsibility toward my duties. But it is also due to a lack of desire to engage in the human world. But now I see that the human world is indeed full of many interesting places to discover.
I could have told you that.
Lantern Rite marks the start of the new year in Liyue. In the spirit of the season, then, I wish you a year of success as vast and endless as the open ocean.
At all? Make so much excitement out of this. Damn. Aww. What other people's response? I go down here. Well, sure. Risley be free. Orly. Yep. Die. Oh well. Sadness. Visiting me. That's all I see. Either way, that was adorable. That was absolutely adorable. I enjoy it a lot. I think I got through all the... Yeah, I did. Everybody's gone. Oh. Other characters.
Sure.
Reminds me.
She made a contract with her own self to save the nation. Strictly adhered to it for over 5 centuries without once wavering, and even fooled the heavenly principles in the end. I have great respect for approaches to justice that place exacting demands not only on others, but also on the self. Though her divinity has vanished, and the throne of the Archon is no more, Furina will go down in Fontaine's history as a god of justice worthy of recognition.
So she doesn't know Zhongli is... I was gonna say, let's see if there's any updates about... No. Let's see about character stories.
Osmanthus wine.
Yes, I'm just I feel like I need some step on me energy. No reason.
Traveler, Paimon, it's been a long time.
Yes.
Oh, hey, Hoishin. Long time no see. Fancy meeting you here. How's work these days?
It's work.
Thanks to the help of people like you and colleagues like Ganyu, better all the time.
That's good, at least.
But I've been feeling distracted at work lately. I just feel constantly agitated.
Something happened?
It's a long story. But my father, he's thinking of stepping down from the Tianshu position due to health issues.
Oh. Okay.
Huh? What's wrong with Uncle Tian?
I think that this is a
Nothing specifically. He's not unwell. He says he's just increasingly low on energy these days. He's always said, old age comes for us all in the end. Still, I just can't help but feel a little emotional watching it happen to him.
I know that feeling.
Anyway, my father's currently on the 2nd floor of Yangsheng Tea House. Why don't you come pay him a visit with me?
Sure.
He seems very fond of you, too.
I don't know why.
I'm sure chatting with you will make him very happy.
I worry.
Sure, let's go.
Yes. Calculated gambit. Feel like... You'll say, I feel like I'm about to be used, and I don't like it.
Uncle Tian, we're here Tianshu.
Oh? What a lovely surprise.
Yes,
Welcome.
Fox.
Hoishin, why don't you go downstairs and get the shopkeeper to make us a fresh pot of tea?
Pot of tea.
I heard that you've been traveling all over the place recently.
I don't think
would
all
very
over
much
quite
like
fits
to
it.
hear your adventure stories.
We're more concerned about your health.
Hoishin told you, didn't she? Don't worry. I'm quite all right. It's just the years gradually catching
As far
up
as
with
I
me.
understand it, Super Bowl does not exist, and my weekend's going fine.
As I grow older, I'm starting to find that with many things, though the mind is willing, the flesh is weak.
Yeah.
Especially recently, I've noticed a rather drastic drop in my energy levels.
As though somebody's poisoning me. Huh? Huh? Are you gonna continue with that statement?
I am still very much in good standing as the Tianshu today.
How difficult is it to transfer the Tianshu position?
Oh, well, you see, the Tianshu is a rather unique position among the Liyue Qixing.
Yeah.
Historically speaking, the Tianshu rarely appears in public. We stay behind
Well,
the
not only that
scenes,
is,
planning,
I've always had
giving advice.
birthdays ruined by
So a public
Super Bowl
selection
for parents that
process
didn't
would
want to
not
have their
be
kids
suitable.
spend the night or be a part of the birthday party because it was Super Bowl weekend.
We also want to keep any prospective Tianshu candidates free from influence by outside forces, so we tend to be as discreet as possible in their assessment and appointment. For these reasons, the incumbent Tianshu typically recommends their candidate of choice, and this is then approved by the other Qixing members.
So in other words, you pick someone, and then Lady Keqing, Lady Ningguang, and the other Qixing appoint them?
Yes. Oh, Paimon, you were paying attention.
Correct.
I wasn't.
Unfortunately, due to my health, I won't be able to assess every candidate myself. Not to despair, however, because I found someone exceptionally capable to act on my behalf as assessment officer.
Yes, step on me,
In
Yulan.
fact, I believe you recently became acquainted with her yourself.
I wouldn't say recently.
Oh? Who is it?
Known for a while.
I'm heartbroken. I thought it might take you a little longer than this to forget all about me.
Upon me. Tie me up.
It's Yuan!
Jackpot. Uncle Tian here asked me to assess 3 candidates for him. Fancy joining me? You'll be among the first to get to know the next Tianshu. Might be a good opportunity for you.
No, it wouldn't. I don't do politics.
What do you think?
I'm not really interested.
Makes sense. After all, whoever the next Tianshu is, it doesn't really make any difference to us.
Yeah.
Still, Paimon's really curious to see which candidates Uncle Tian picked, so let's go take a look.
What if I don't sate your curiosity on this matter?
All right then. Though, I gotta say, Uncle Tian, you say you're into behind-the-scenes planning? My work's of the covert variety, too. Don't you think I might make a good Tianshu?
You're good in your position you are now.
Huh? Yelan, you want to be the next Tianshu?
I'm not opposed to the idea, but I suspect Ningguang wouldn't let you go very easily after how long you've been working together.
Yeah, you're in a good position.
So, how about this? If your investigation reveals that none of the other candidates are qualified for the position, I'll recommend you for the job.
Cool.
Deal. Well, you guys take your time. Everything's all set for the assessments to go ahead.
Cool, don't make me
Meet
actually...
me on the first floor when you're ready. Until then, have a pleasant conversation. Oh, and no need to pay for your tea. As the new owner of this fine establishment, this runs on the house.
Playing Tiana Recent Adventures, your turn to the entrance of the tea house.
You're all set?
Yep.
Uncle Tian seems really worn down. It's like all his energy's gone.
Yeah, it may sound harsh, but Uncle Tian is past his prime. He's not cut out for this anymore.
I also have a feeling that
So he's
either
recommended
he might
three
be
candidates.
poisoning
Their names are
or
Qinwei, Mingguo,
just doing
and
this as an
Zhi.
act to try and figure out
Qinwei
the
is
best.
a wealthy entrepreneur. Mingguo works at the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs, and Zhi is focused on study and travel. Try to keep all that in mind. Of course, it doesn't really matter if you forget, since we'll be assessing them at Yuehai Pavilion in a short while.
But the reason why I'm saying that is because it just seems like their character.
Yuri. Paimon should be able to remember their names, but what does the assessment involve exactly?
Beating them up.
Let's leave that until we get to Yuehai Pavilion.
Violence.
All right. Heads in the game, people. The stakes don't get much higher than a change in the Qixing. We can't afford to miss anything, no matter how small.
You're asking an autistic person to do this.
Got it. We'll keep our eyes wide open.
I know my character is not autistic in the game, but general statement. Wondering why I'm running this way is I need some fish. And these pond fish look mighty easy to pick up. Especially when you're tall like Zhongli. Really chase them down. Nobody notices if the fish are gone in the fish pond. Never! Except when they do, but I mean... won't be here long enough to see that.
Another flower blooming.
My legs are getting sore. What is wrong with this assessment officer? This is a huge occasion and I don't even get a chair.
I mean, I could break your knees.
I've dealt with all kinds of people in my time, but never have I been made to stand while I'm waiting for an appointment.
Whine, whine, bitch, bitch, bitch.
Oh, I mean, I think it's fine.
That's called being complacent. If you're happy to just accept the way things are, you'll never be able to change anything in the future.
Are you happy to accept that your knees still work? Just a generalized question.
Oh, come on. That's just... now you're just being unreasonable.
All right, you two. Let's not get into a big argument over this. It's not worth it. Qianwei, that was a bit uncalled for. And Mingbo, cut him some slack. We've all been standing around for a while. It's natural to be getting irritable. Look, how about this? There's no rule saying we're obliged to stand up while we wait, so why don't we borrow some chairs from the guild nearby?
Fine. They're not the best quality chairs, to be sure. But under the circumstances, it would be better than nothing.
Enter the assessment venue with Milan.
It looks like all three candidates have arrived.
Oh, it was those three?
Mm-hmm. We'll meet them formally soon. Before that, let me run you through the assessment process.
Good, I will forget.
I've split it into 2 stages. Current affairs and planning, and face-to-face interview. In the first stage, candidates are required to submit a manifesto for Liyue's development. In the second stage, we will ask them some questions in person. Writing a manifesto takes time, so I informed them of this requirement in advance. These are the reports they submitted.
Wow. One of them is really thick.
I mean...
It's also worth mentioning a stipulation I gave them. Whoever is appointed as the new Tianshu will be expected to implement their plan as put forward in their manifesto. Failing the occurrence of some cataclysmic event, they will not be permitted to change their plan. Therefore, these 3 piles of documents in front of us represent where each candidate stands on key policy issues.
The fuck does that have to do with me?
There's still
I know
some time.
no
Have a skim
politics of
through,
this.
Get a first impression of what each person's proposing.
Fuck.
I'll be waiting off to the side. Just let me know when you're done.
I am not a policy person! I am an adventurer! Why are you thinking I'm okay with this?
Finished?
Almost.
Never. Save me. The end. Save me.
Do you need a hand with an— Hoishin is taking some time off at the moment.
Save me from the paperwork. I got out of school for a reason. Covers domestic affairs, foreign affairs, and checks and balances, and all in great detail. Problem solving. Dispensable. By comprehensive focus on. I'm going with Mingbo's.
Finished, huh? What did you think?
Everyone took it very seriously.
It's the
Of
first
course
and the
they
last
did.
one.
They have the chance to be picked as the new Tianshu, so you can bet they're putting their best foot forward. And keep in mind, whoever gets in has to execute their plan as written. Nobody wants to have any regrets.
What do you think?
That's for me to know and you to
I thought
find
we were
out.
working together
We
on
can
this.
talk more after the interviews.
Wired.
We'll see the candidates now. Let's do one at a time. Start with Chenwei.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh? So you two are the assessment officers, are you?
Agree.
I had assumed that given the great import of this situation, Lady Ningguang would perhaps be assessing us in person. I certainly hadn't imagined I'd be seeing two entirely unfamiliar faces. I trust you've read through my manifesto? I'd be more than happy to clarify any details you found difficult to grasp. It was written with an expert audience in mind, after all.
Stab.
Mind your tone, mister.
Relax. It wasn't intended as a personal slight against anyone in particular. I was simply stating a fact.
You learned them from Cloud Retainer.
Cloud Retainer? You know this Adeptus? Oh, yes, I remember now. You must be the traveler that people are constantly talking about.
Yeah, yes.
With your sterling reputation, you must have a respectable level of erudition. Perhaps you will be able to understand the concepts I have put forward. Yeah, although I shouldn't get my hopes up.
Shut up, Reagan.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yes. Please introduce yourself.
I'm, Mingbo. I work in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. I've worked there for, 9 years, 5 months, and 3 days. In that time, I've handled, 2,347 cases. I have 12 active cases at the moment. They should be concluded in, 16 days? My current work is related to urban planning, and I'm also responsible for, auditing the accounts. To be more precise, there are 3 parts to the accounts, namely...
Is it just Paimon, or is he not very good at public speaking?
I have no right to say anything, Paimon.
You know what? Let's leave the self-introduction there and move on to some questions.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So wait a few questions to get some defense.
Hello. Not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little nervous. What would you like to know? You're here to assess me, so ask away and I'll answer your questions to the best of my ability.
Your manifesto is very wide in its scope, but you don't seem to be personally involved in many of the specific fields. How can you be sure that you have the ability to put your plan into action?
I mean, if you think about it, delegation.
Very fair question. I completely understand where you're coming from. But I'm confident in my plan. I've visited many different places, talked to lots of people with far more expertise than myself, and my manifesto is the conclusion of these efforts. Of course, Two different problems can be interconnected in very complicated ways, and you might reach two very contradictory conclusions depending on which one you're focusing on. What I've tried to do is strike a balance. In other words, present an optimal solution to all the problems as a whole.
How do you plan to determine whether you are right or wrong about your proposed solution being the optimal one?
A great question. Well, I'd start by having my colleagues and the secretaries of the Yuehai Pavilion evaluate any proposals before implementation. Post-implementation, it would all come down to the results. If it turned out that my judgment was to blame for poor results, I would take responsibility.
Nice answer. All right, next question.
He seems like a great guy. Everything he said was thoughtful and logical, and he was just a pleasure to listen to.
There's something... Usually, when you average stuff, when it comes to...
Here's my take on what we just learned.
When you try and average something out, often you aren't helping a certain people, you're helping the average amount of
As you
people.
saw, Qianwei is highly knowledgeable. He proposes many excellent ideas in his manifesto which effectively target the big issues. But he is very proud and incredibly stubborn. He doesn't care much about other people's feelings. Mingboa's plan is more thorough and more measured. You can tell he's meticulous in his work, very detail-oriented. But he and Qianwei are otherwise polar opposites. Mingboa is not very articulate and comes across as very timid in conversation.
Perfect summary. Paimon couldn't agree more. You're good at this, Yuan.
Yeah, why the fuck am I here?
Last but not least, Zhi. His manifesto is full of pertinent details, his methodology is sound, and his proposals cover a broad range of fields, which is quite a rare feat. The depth he goes into in each and every area means it can only be a product of painstaking work. Plus, he is modest and good at dealing with people. But what really interests me is that many of his views happen to coincide with Uncle Tien's. Having someone like Zhi take the position would certainly put Uncle Tien's mind at rest.
But the question is, does he not want something different?
Great!
We'll see. Let's go back and report to Uncle Tien.
Because his time no longer the same time. Because for each its own time. But one of the things that Uncle Tien also is very ruthless. He basically pits all the sides together against each other too, so that he has the most stable side. At least that's what I remember from reading about him when I was at Leeway government. For no fucking reason. You know, now that I say that aloud, maybe I am best. I mean, the Traveler may not be, but I mean, me playing the Traveler is. And not the reason why I was looking that stuff up for, you know, fanfic reasons or anything. But no, Uncle pits the different factions against each other, so he always usually ends up on top, and there's a certain amount of ruthlessness that comes with that. About the assessment process.
I see. Then it's more or less as I anticipated.
1 second, Hans. Sorry about that.
All right. Then let me ask this. The ideas in Jur-E's manifesto are very similar to your own. Is there any particular reason behind this?
Oh, I didn't want to say anything when I gave you the list of candidates, for fear of affecting your judgment. But I can tell you now.
Oh?
Those 3 candidates have all studied under me in the past. It's only natural that they share some similarities with me.
Okay.
But Xian Wei went on to focus on his business, and Ming Guo has always been occupied with his work at the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Of all of them, Juri was with me for the longest duration.
Okay.
Whoa! So how did you get to know them all, Uncle Tian?
It's his job?
Chen Wei was referred to me by an old friend. Ming Guo came to my attention in the course of my work, and as for Juri, that was pure happenstance.
Oh?
We first met while fishing, and gradually as we got to know each other, we started discussing all sorts of topics. Juri came from a poor family, and his parents died when he was very young. But he was a gifted student and a fast learner.
That's good.
He reminded me of a younger version of myself. So I started out giving him a few words of advice when we were out fishing and noticed how quickly he got on.
Sounds like he's family to you.
Quite. And now, all of a sudden, he's grown into a mature young man. It's a joy to see, but it also gets one thinking.
Oh no.
The young are growing up, and I am growing old. How time flies. No one can escape the cycle of life.
I don't know, Uncle Tian. You still seem in pretty good shape to me. You might have another few years of work left in you, don't you think?
Oh, you. There's really no need to console me. Having less energy than I used to isn't such a bad thing. It just means I finally have a good reason to retire and spend my days doing what old men like me should be doing. Going fishing whenever I feel like it.
I mean, that could be in double entendre if you really think about it.
Sounds like you sure love fishing, Uncle Tian.
Ooh, there's nothing quite like fishing to pass the time. Ooh, and freshly caught fish, they make the most beautiful fish soup with barely any preparation required.
Fresh fish soup. Sounds tasty.
Doesn't it? Also, some time ago, Juri purchased a very special recipe from an old fisherman.
Oh?
When we've been fishing recently, Juri always brings some extra ingredients he prepared in advance. The addition of these makes the soup taste even more wonderful.
Poisoning?
That flavor makes for a fond memory. But at my age, who knows how many more chances I have left to taste it again.
There are many chances, I'm sure.
Oh, can Paimon come next time too? Paimon really wants to try it.
Do you have enough patience for the fishing part, though?
Let's get back to the matter at hand. Uncle Tian, we've reported back. Do you have a verdict?
I appointed you as the assessment officer, and I trust your judgment. Had you not asked me why Juri's ideas were so similar to mine, I was not going to mention my history with any of them. This decision must be guided by what is fair and right. Please disregard all other considerations and make your final decision only after a thorough review of each candidate's talents and capabilities.
Yeah, but we got manifestos and all this other stuff. We need to look in their work paths.
You must be thorough.
Understood. Come on, let's go talk somewhere else.
Bye-bye, Uncle Tian. Look after yourself.
Oh, yeah, outside the tea house.
So, it's gonna be Juri, right? His manifesto was written well, and he's the best speaker.
Easy. Let's not rush. There's no time limit for this assessment.
Huh? So, are you gonna give them more tests or something?
Yeah, observations.
No, nothing like that. The assessment itself is complete. But let me give you a word of advice. Things are not always as they appear.
Duh.
The biggest no-no in intelligence work is to only get information from the person of interest themselves. The truth is almost always hidden beneath many layers of deception. You have to get information through many different channels.
That.
For example, Wenyuan, Shanghua.
Yes?
Hi, ninjas.
Lady Yelan, what are your orders?
Ugh! Who are they? Where did they come from?
Nothing important you need to know.
Did they scare you? These two are Wenyuan and Shanghua. They work for me.
Ah.
As my trusted assistants, they are always standing guard nearby. They also perform various assignments as required.
Does that mean when we were down in the pit, they were somewhere and nearby, but you lost them? Well, I mean, the chasm during that quest?
Shanghua is a business expert who gets his information by trading. Wenyuan relies on word of mouth. And there's also Upei, who's not here right now.
We noticed.
That meathead must have been out there on sea surveillance for some time now. Is he all right? I seem to remember that he can't swim.
That seems like a very important point.
Nothing can take that guy down. Certainly not a little wind and waves.
Drowning might.
Shanghua, visit all the commerce guilds and look into Qianwei's background. Wenyuan, go to the Ministry of Civil Affairs and look through Mingbo's work files.
Yes, ma'am.
So what about Juri?
Juri, well, obviously as the most promising candidate, we will be investigating him ourselves.
Personal touch.
Let's go to the docks first. Lots of people passing through there. You can find out all kinds of things.
If we're looking for
things we don't want to know either.
Why don't we try talking to Bulai, the owner of Wanyu Boutique? He does business at the North Wharf. Maybe he has some news
Wharf.
for us.
That's actually not a bad idea. Let's go and ask him.
Try your luck betting on Jade?
Huh? What's Bulai doing here today?
Look, your asking price for this batch is just too high. I can't buy in at this price. How am I supposed to turn a profit?
Come on, hear me out. I'm telling you, this is the single best batch of Sunsettias ever. You won't find anyone who disputes that. I accidentally dropped one into a well, and even the water turned sweet.
What?
Even so...
All right. I'll let you in on a little secret. The boss of Second Life also wants to buy from me, but I haven't responded yet. If you won't take him, I'll just have to partner with them instead, and neither of us wants that.
Okay, well, when you put it that way, I'll accept your asking price. I'll take all your stock. Don't sell a single one to Second Life.
I mean, didn't you two, somewhere along the way before with the Ganyu thing get in trouble with the Ministry of Affairs for fudging
what are you
numbers
doing here?
between you and Second Life?
And to be clear, these Sunsettias are mine. I got to them first. Don't get any ideas.
I've got more than enough in my bag.
Actually, we want to ask you about a guy called Juri. Have you heard of him before?
Juri? Yes, he's quite well known.
All right.
I've heard a story about him. They say he was born into poverty. His parents died when he was young, and he was treated cruelly by the local community. One of his neighbors was terribly rude to him all the time, but Juri never retaliated. And when his neighbor went bankrupt, he even helped support the family.
Yeah, that's sweet.
He returned cruelty with kindness, injustice with peace offerings. A gentleman of talent and character, and... oh, how did I not notice him sooner? In fact, maybe I'm not too late. If I could hire him to be the brand ambassador for Wanyo Boutique.
Oh, he sounds like a decent man. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
I don't.
Why are you asking about him anyway? You aren't looking for a brand ambassador too, are you?
What brand would I use?
Well then, in that case, the higher bidder takes the... Ah, that's Juri right over there. Why don't we go and talk to him?
Where? Where?
It's him, all right. Looks like he's chatting with Linlong. Come on, let's follow them and listen in. Try not to let him see you. We want this information to be as truthful as possible.
I'll just go and fetch an employment contract. And hey, don't try and cut me out of this. Hey!
Ah! God damn it.
I understand. Let's walk and talk.
30? 30?
Come see the kites. So, you were looking to buy a wineware set? Oh, now I can see that you're a connoisseur, so I won't bother trying to con you. I trust you understand our shop quite well?
My friend,
You admit to conning people, though.
The truth is, an old friend of mine who likes to have a drink now and then. He fancies himself as a man of culture, but doesn't care for needless extravagance. So I thought I might buy him a set of high-quality fakes.
How very thoughtful of you. Leave it to me, then. Come and collect it at Shigu Antiques whenever is convenient.
I mean, that's not...
Thank you very much, Miss Linlong.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Juri. These days, it's quite rare for someone of your standing to still keep up with their old friends. It's nice to see. I'll be sure to pick out a good set for you. You can count on me.
Juri seems to get along really well with everyone.
Paimon, you missed the point of that.
Are you satisfied now, Yelan? Seems like everyone thinks Juri's a great guy.
We shouldn't jump to conclusions just yet. Let's go check out the wharf where he usually goes fishing.
Do we have to?
Paimon!
Wait, you're not just trying to dig up some dirt on Juri because you want to be Tianshu yourself, are you?
Paimon.
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. But hey, if I do become Tianshu, I'll look out for you guys. You'll be able to try all the finest food for free. How does that sound?
Paimon, no.
We will? Well, come on! Off to the South Wharf we go!
Paimon! Charlotte, have anything else to say?
Oh, Lantern Rite was simply amazing. I'm not sure I'll be able to sleep tonight. Yep.
Library is not becoming of an adventurer. Or an adventurer's guide.
The wharf is as busy as ever.
Yes.
I hear the anglers here sometimes sell their fish to the nearby fishmongers. Let's see what Uncle Soon has to say.
Okay. Can I buy fish from you? Actually buy fish from you?
Welcome. What would you like to buy today?
We're here to buy some information.
Sorry to interrupt. We're actually members of the, Liyue Anglers Association, and we just wanted to ask a few questions about someone. We've heard about this young man called Zhi, who's supposed to be a fantastic fisherman. Just wondering if you happen
I think as a
to have
fake
heard of him?
responder, he'd know.
Whoa! Yeon made up a whole fake identity without batting an eyelid.
Paimon, don't
Ah,
take.
yes, Jury. He's been making quite a name for himself recently. I've got some friends who travel all over the place, and they tell me everywhere they go they meet someone who's heard of him. Apparently, he had a rather tough time growing up. Had to work several jobs alongside his studies to make ends meet. How does that saying go? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Well, if there's anything to that logic, he's sure to be phenomenally successful one day.
That accent?
Yeah, we think so too.
Shut the fuck up, Paimon.
But I'm afraid your Anglers Association might be in for a disappointment.
Oh? Why's that?
He's good at a lot of things, but fishing isn't one of them. He fishes at the wharf and sells what he catches to me on occasion. His catches are always mediocre. Not terrible, but equally nothing to write home about. If you're looking to recruit some new members, though, I do know a few top anglers I could put you in touch with.
That sounds fantastic. I've got a couple of other things to attend to right now, though, so why don't I come back some other time and we can chat over a drink?
And never return.
Sure thing. See you.
Everywhere they go, they meet someone who's heard of him. Come on, let's keep asking around.
You actually sell fresh? Yes, I can. It's like I'm lazy to, fish. Nice. You also sell. Oh.
Here to buy some fish? It's 300 for one or 3 for 1,000. You better hurry. When they're gone, they're gone.
Wait,
Hello, we're from the
That's more
Society
expensive.
for Fish Price Research.
The second one.
We'd just like to ask a few questions.
Wow, she switched identity again.
What are you expecting from her?
Society for Fish Price Research? I haven't done anything illegal. Stay out of my business.
Yeah, but the 3 for it was like 1 for 300 or 3 for 1,000. That's if I remember correctly, that's 100 more coins.
Please,
Mora.
don't worry. We're just here to conduct a simple survey. We've heard about a certain Zhi who's been selling fresh fish at low prices in this area recently. Do you know anything about this?
So this isn't about me. You should have said something, you know. I know the guy. I can tell you what I know. I haven't heard anything about him selling fresh fish at low prices, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was him.
Oh? Why is that?
Because he's so poor. His parents died when he was very young, and his alcoholic father still owed a huge amount of debt. No one wanted anything to do with him. He was still a kid when he first came to the wharf. His clothes were ragged, and he had a bandage wrapped around his head.
Oi.
And he managed to survive, thanks to Uncle Tien, who gave him some food. But still to this day, he doesn't have a lot of mora to his name. I mean, he can afford to eat and everything, but you'll often see him haggling with others over just a few mora. So, I wouldn't be surprised to find out he's been selling a few fish. It's not like he catches much anyway, so it's not going to affect my business. Don't tell him I said that.
Oh, we will.
You'd rather he didn't know?
Well, I spoke to him once, briefly, and I just had a feeling that he really cares what other people think of him. I think he has pretty low self-esteem, but hey, it's hardly my place to say anything. What he's achieved already puts most people to shame. And nobody's perfect. I just wouldn't want to upset him, that's all.
I see. Well, thank you for sharing that with us.
If he was a southerner, he would have had bless his heart, you know.
Not a problem. And just for the record, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the price of my fish.
I beg to differ.
The more times you say it, the less convincing it becomes.
Fuck up, Paimon.
Doesn't have a lot of mora.
I had food now.
Hey, it's you guys! Wait, what's the phrase? Oh yeah, honored to meet you.
Hi.
What brings you to me?
I don't know.
The truth is, we are but newcomers to this territory. We heard tell of a great martial artist, Master Dugu, who knows everything there is to know. Hence, we sought you out to ask for your guidance.
Is this...
Really? People said I know everything there is to know?
I have a feeling that Niguan knows this one.
Course. We also heard that Master Dugu is a kind and virtuous swordsman who never turns away anyone who comes with questions.
I mean, fine, manipulate the child, why don't you?
Great! So what do you wish to know? Nothing happens on this street that I don't know about.
Now she's lying to a kid.
And it seems to have made his day.
So, Master Dugu, have you heard of one by the name of Jur-E?
Not gonna say Star Wars, not gonna say Star Wars.
Sure have. You mean that guy that all the grown-ups are talking about these days?
Nah.
I've heard many tales of jury. For example, I can't remember.
You need some food?
Probably 'cause it's nothing that important. I prefer stories about sword-fighting heroes.
Cool.
Oh, I can completely understand that. Then let me ask you this. Do you remember roughly when the grown-ups started talking about Jur-E?
Oh yeah, I know that. It was about 2 or 3 months ago. Before that, people always used to talk about jury in a kind of nasty tone of voice. But 2 or 3 months ago, suddenly everyone started to like him. Sometimes he gives me candies, so I'm glad that people are starting to like him now.
Just as I thought.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, just as I thought, Master Dugu is indeed as kind and virtuous as the legends claim.
I'm not that great.
So, he's a bit of a people pleaser.
Oh yeah, one other thing. These days, there's a lot of people I've never seen before talking about jury stories in the street. They seem like nice people.
Oh, definitely.
Great! So next time I see them, I'll say hi. And I guess I can share some of my candies with them too.
Good boy.
Certainly. You can also tell my friend in Yenshang Tea House about what they're up to. I'm sure my friend would also like to say hi to them.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Well then, fare thee well, Master Dugu.
Am I hearing something about Ishnai?
Until we meet again.
Any of that sound strange to you?
Yep, I heard it.
Strange? What was strange about it? Jur-E seems to have a great reputation. Uncle Soon and Uncle Gao spoke highly of him, and Dugu Shuo seems to like him too.
True. But the issue is, where did his sudden celebrity come from? It almost seems too good to be true.
Sudden? Too good to be true? What do you mean?
So he returns cruelty with kindness, and had to work to support his studies. These are the kinds of things that make someone well known in their hometown. But Uncle Soon said even his friends who travel far and wide hear about him wherever they go. That's a little over the top, if you ask me. Do you remember what Dugu Shuo said about Jur-E's stories? Clearly they left him with a good impression of the guy. But beyond that, he wasn't interested in the details. That's the reaction I would expect from any normal person. Plus, there's the fact that all this praise of Jur-E has only been happening within the last 2 or 3 months.
Like he's paying people to say nice things?
His childhood, his studies, the thing with his neighbor. None of these are recent events. So why are these stories only going around now?
When you put it like that, it is kinda strange.
Of course, if that's all there was to it, I wouldn't look into it any further. Jur-E was born into a poor family. Paying people to get his stories out there is within the rules of the game as far as I'm concerned. The problem is, do you remember what Uncle Gao said about him? He's stayed poor his whole life. Everything he's earned he's either spent on studying, traveling, or paying off debts. I don't think he has the mora to pay for a publicity campaign.
Maybe he's working with
right.
someone.
And that changes everything. It can mean a powerful faction is trying to gain influence over the Liu at Xixing. That's the worst case scenario. But all too often, the most pessimistic speculation turns out to be closest to the truth.
Someone's trying to gain influence over the Qixing? That sounds serious. What should we do?
Not our fucking business.
Even if we asked Jiri about it, surely there's no way he'd admit it.
First, we need to find out who's supporting him. Don't worry, I've got a plan.
Hey, this isn't our country.
Remember the current affairs and planning stage of the assessment? Since the successful candidate is duty-bound to implement their plan after taking office, their manifesto tells us their stance on key issues. Whoever is secretly helping Jir-E must be seeking to benefit from his actions after his appointment. So, we should be able to find some hints in Jir-E's manifesto on who we're dealing with.
Well, if you think about it, that's kind of true for all of them.
Let's get back.
All the factions would still want to secretly in some way.
All tasks have been handed out.
Oh there. Come and see these red.
Try your luck betting on Jay?
Tea house we go. Do I go inside the tea house or upstairs? Okay.
Jir-E's manifesto covers a huge range of topics. Looking for details that don't add up will be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. I'll divide the reports into 2 piles. You take one, I'll take the other. When we're finished, we'll put our heads together.
Okay.
Officially, the assessment is already over, and I'll be expected to announce the results before long. So we have to get to the bottom of this as quickly as we can.
What you're saying is lots and lots of
better
caffeine.
hurry.
Whatever else Uncle Tien might think of Jir-E, the fact remains that he's one of his favorite students.
Cool.
Any evidence he's left is not going to be immediately obvious. We'll have to look carefully and think critically.
I can't think critically. Why do you have me here? Once again, this is not my world. This is not my, in the sense of my nation.
Even though Yelan took half, this is still a lot to get through.
I mean,
Well,
political
you gotta
manifestos
start
are
somewhere.
fun. Yeah. Due to a variety of factors, sea storms have been stronger in recent years. I suggest we set up a special patrol unit to deal with sea monsters. The fleet should consist of the following. Covers various issues related to coastal defense. Rock. Much of Liyue's folklore suggests that Rex Lapis left a great deal of wealth in the mountains of Liyue. However, due to the obstacles hindering the excavation operation at the chasm, many projects have been called off. The workers of the Black Cliff Forge have been idle near the Golden House for a long time now. They should be given first refusal if any suitable projects arise. Covers mining. Treacherous terrain along Stone Forest and Gillian Peak means the area is weak to transport links. Sheer Mountain peaks are connected by only rope bridges. They are dangerous to walk on and wholly unsuited for transportation of goods. These areas are rich in medicinal herbs and ore deposits. Building a road network around the mountains should be beneficial for everyone.
Oh, this reading is giving Paimon a headache.
That was nothing! I've had to read political books. Well, I not just had to. I've actually enjoyed things, but I mean for college too. The things I didn't particularly have interest in. That is like literally a summary.
Looks like I'm the first one back, as usual.
Yay.
Oh, hey! It's one of Yelan's little helpers, Shanghua!
Is he a fucking elf? Is Yelan's now the Santa?
If you're back, that means you finished investigating Tianwei, right?
Yeah, he did say he was the first one back, so...
You betcha. I visited all the commerce guilds and gathered a wealth of information. Every time they asked me to leave, but I always had another trick up my sleeve.
Okay.
Don't drag this out. Just tell us your findings.
Yes, Lady Yelan. To summarize my findings, most people who've had interactions with Qianwei will start out complaining about how proud and arrogant he is, but then go on to give a generally positive appraisal of him.
So, in other words, break his knees to, you know...
The young master of the Feiyun Commerce Guild said that Qianwei appears arrogant, but he's very scrupulous in the way he works.
I mean, scrupulous is not a good compliment sometimes.
Once he signs a contract with somebody, he treats them fairly regardless of their background.
Who'd have thought?
Is it possible that his reputation is fake? Is there any way you can check the accounts of the businesses under his name?
In theory, that should be very difficult. But here's the thing. I asked around and found out that almost all of Qianwei's accounts are open to the public. Where he buys from and sells to should be confidential business information, but he doesn't seem interested in protecting it at all. Qianwei often sees business opportunities that others don't, but once he's made enough mora off of it, it's like he gets sick of it and releases all of his trade secrets.
Nice, I think.
It's like he wants people to know that they still can't beat him, even if he shares all of his secrets. The fact that someone like that can still make mora is pretty infuriating when you think about it.
I mean...
what a strange
the world is
guy.
strange.
It's like he's not doing business to make mora, but instead...
to win.
To validate his theories. No wonder his manifesto contains so many insights. It's all the result of his first-hand experimentation.
I'm back! Huh? How come you're here?
That's just another one of Yulon's little helpers, you know?
Why do you think? Obviously, because I possess superior skills and am always one step ahead of the competition. Well, when you're the competition, at least.
Will y'all just fuck already?
Whatever. I'm not getting into an argument with you. If I hadn't had something else to take care of on the way, I would have been back long before you. Lady Yelan, I have finished investigating Mingbua.
Well, we're all ears.
I mean, not physically all ears, but...
The Ministry of Civil Affairs says that Mingbua struggles to get his words out when he gets nervous, especially when he's chatting with strangers.
I noticed.
But after a few days of getting to know him, you can pretty much have a normal conversation with him. On the whole, the feedback from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was very positive. He always considers the things that everyone else overlooks.
In your opinion, was the Ministry of Civil Affairs' appraisal of Mingbua at all exaggerated?
I don't believe so. Mingbua is someone who has slowly but surely earned the reputation he has today. According to Miss Yu, the Ministry often gets Mingbua to take a final look at projects before they're implemented. People feel much more confident in something if it has his stamp of approval. Oh, and also, there was once someone in the Ministry who was lying and cheating to try to advance their career. Mingbua gave them the scolding of a lifetime. Apparently, he can be terrifying when he loses his temper. I haven't seen it for myself, though.
I want to see now.
That's hard to imagine.
Yep, Paimon.
Like I said before, things are not always as they appear.
Ah, so that's what you meant by that. Paimon's starting to get it now.
I think you should have gotten it earlier, but...
Thank you both. You're free to go now.
Like, at the beginning of this entire trip. Not even this storyline quest of characters.
So, have you finished reading the manifesto?
We still have a bit left.
I can't see any immediate problems looking at the individual entries. The only one that strikes me as a little unusual is the Cheungshu Pool redevelopment plan.
What's that?
Cheungshu Pool has always been home to many secrets. Plus, Ajdaha once wrought havoc there, so there are even more secrets buried deep underground.
But isn't that where also he's being... sealed?
At some point, a rumor began to go around that there is great treasure buried beneath Cheungshu Pool. A long time ago, with the approval of the Qixing, a mining team conducted an exploratory excavation there.
So, did they find any treasure?
No.
None. The ruin was completely impenetrable. The only way they could have gotten through the solid rock would have been by blowing it open with a special kind of explosive.
Fun.
The technology wasn't mature enough at that time, so the excavation project was shut down and the treasure became a mere legend. Jur-E's manifesto focuses on solving problems, And this treasure hunt seems extremely risky. It seems out of step with the rest of his plans.
True.
Still, this one fact alone doesn't tell us much. Everyone wants to get their hands on this treasure. The treasure hoarders, the Fatui, even local Liyue factions.
How about I get to it first?
Did you find anything?
Excavation? Project? Treasure? Did we read anything similar in our half of the manifesto?
Blackcliff Forge.
Oh yeah! Juri said the Blackcliff Forge workers should get right of first refusal if any suitable projects come up.
Did he now? Well, that makes everything much clearer. So Juri wants the Blackcliff Forge to excavate the treasure of Qingshu Pool.
Does that mean the Blackcliff Forge is Juri's secret supporter?
Yeah.
No, not likely. I've looked into the Blackcliff Forge before. They aren't involved with any powerful factions at present.
Maybe it's a cover?
They do possess some specialized explosives, but it would seem more trouble than it's worth to put so many resources into a risky project like this. Still, since the clues are pointing toward the Blackcliff Forge, we should see where they lead. We
Also,
may
it's
well find
first
something
refusal,
there.
so what they're expecting is for the Black Rock people to refuse, right?
Shenwei and Mingbo both turned out to be completely different than what we thought.
I mean...
What about Juri? Is there another side to him?
No. Never. I mean, is there another side to Yulan? Nah, never! Who'd have thunk? What? Come on, you know what Yulan does? She's not nice to other people, she's nice to us. Kinda, sort of. There's a line by which we understand that she's, you know, doing her job.
I'm used to the rain, but you should probably use an umbrella.
This is the Blackcliff Forge. Let's look around for clues.
A clue! A clue!
Nothing of note happened today. Nothing of note happened today. Payday. 3 new recruits joined. Can't believe people are willing to join us at the time like this. One of the newcomers is very skilled. He got made the team leader. Nothing of note happened.
What's this? A diary?
Good, we're nosy.
From the back, it looks like a ledger. But it seems they also use it as a site log. We don't know who wrote it, but it's interesting, don't you think? These newcomers, who could have sent them?
You think they're suspicious?
Nah, we just felt like saying that word aloud.
Yes. Look, it says right there, one of them's already been promoted to team leader. At this rate, by the time the Qingshu Pool redevelopment plan is ready to roll, they'll be the technical backbone of the team. That'll give them the chance to take a lot of liberties. They can copy any secret texts or steal any treasure they find underground.
So, like I said, let me go there first.
Imagine if we didn't suspect anything. By the time Juri recommends the Blackcliff Forge for the excavation project, at most we would maybe do a fresh background check on the place. No red flags if all they did was change some key staff. And even if we decided to vet the staff individually, they'd have had more than enough time by then to come up with fake identities. That's the advantage of planning this far in advance. It was a clever move.
When you put it like that, it all makes sense. If we hadn't found this out, someone else would have stolen the treasure.
Us? Us?
So, who's really behind all this?
That's a question for the newcomers. But let's start with that worker over there for now.
How are we going to persuade him? Nicely. Turn shoulder. How you doing?
Excuse us. We want to ask you about the newcomers.
Hi, Mon.
You want them to teach you or something? I gotta say, these newcomers are in tip-top shape. Fast learners, too. They're picking up all the skills unbelievably fast. My only complaint is that they're always going out drinking at night. But they never let us join them. I guess they just need some time to adjust. I'm sure we'll get to know each other over time.
They go out drinking. This area isn't exactly renowned for the nightlife. I'm guessing it's a long trip to the nearest tavern.
I mean, 30 minutes.
You got that right.
They tell me they go all the way back to Liyue Harbor to drink at Wanmin Restaurant.
They have the energy.
It rained after work today, so they actually stuck around at the site for a while. But as soon as the rain stopped, they went out drinking again right away.
I noticed there were footprints in the ground, and I thought that was just me seeing textures that weren't there.
You're only young once, right? I say, if they can hack it, let them at it.
Interesting. Let's go talk somewhere else. Looks like our hunch was on
I was about to
Nomura.
say.
These newcomers are very suspicious.
Those are shoe prints, and I was thinking that was just me or like
Drinking
a
in
later
Liyue
quest
Harbor,
or something.
Huh? Some cover story. I'll wager they've been going to intelligence updates. Good thing it rained today. It means they'll leave footprints. I doubt they'd give themselves away that easily, but let's follow them and try our luck.
I'm gonna also throw that out there is I don't think you realize how far we all are along with this.
They went that way! Hurry, we gotta catch up!
No, not really. We don't have to hurry and catch up.
Keep up.
We'll eventually get there when we need to get there.
Huh. These footprints are heading towards Liyue Harbor. Maybe we were wrong about them.
Or maybe they are still meeting in Liyue Harbor and at the restaurant, because if you really think about it, speaking in a restaurant can be very
Just
loud.
as I thought. They didn't go to Liyue Harbor. They went that way. The footprints stop here. But, judging from the direction, I'm guessing their destination was that abandoned house.
Orgies. You know, drinking parties. Looks like there may have been a fight here, but it's hard to say for certain. This is the work of a professional, but who? Of the breaking? Find a fresh fruit pit in the pile of leaves. It seems like someone was here recently. Stripes of mud were likely made by a bamboo mat. This means someone slept here. The bamboo mat is now nowhere to be seen. Fire. A fire that burned out. Something was burned here not long ago. I mean, duh.
Looks like we were too late.
Oh no.
This has gotta be where the newcomers rendezvous with whoever they're working for. But all the evidence has been destroyed.
I mean, we can wait here
Look
and
at
see.
these ashes. Someone was burning documents not long before we arrived.
So they saw us.
Could there be anything left? Maybe the wind could have blown the fire out before everything was finished burning.
The odds of that are very slim. It's practically impossible. I've checked. All the paper's been burned. There's only ash left now.
But this means that they were
Why
warned.
don't we wait for them back at the Black Cliff Forge? They've gotta go back there sooner or later.
We can't count on that. Clearly they were based here at one point, but it's mysteriously abandoned now. To me, that says that whoever's behind this has moved them somewhere else, to throw our investigation off course.
Darn!
I mean, who told them in the first
Where
place?
trail runs cold.
Make no mistake, the purpose of our trip wasn't to find any solid evidence. We just need to figure out who's behind Jur-E. I smelled something peculiar the moment I came in.
The fruit?
Those newcomers probably thought they'd be safe as long as they burned the letters. But what they failed to consider is that paper and ink from different regions produce different odors when they're burned.
Cool.
Really? Paimon can't smell anything. Do you smell anything?
Smell a very gentle fragrance.
There is a certain place with a freezing cold climate where there's nothing but ice as far as the eye can see.
Vado?
Some wealthy people there put floral fragrance in their ink as a way of injecting a little romance into their writing.
Ishnai?
When that fragrant ink is burned, this is the exact odor that it leaves behind. Exactly. The evidence will soon be blown away by the wind, so it's nothing we can arrest anyone with. But it's all I need. Now I know who we're dealing with. I can plan our next move.
Lady Yelan! Oh, thank goodness I finally found you. I thought I'd never see you again.
Who are you?
The third person?
Don't be alarmed. This is Upei. He's Wenyuan and Shanghua's colleague. I sent him to look into Zhi-Yi's regular contacts. Since Zhi-Yi likes fishing, Upei thought he might know some of the fishermen and sailors, so he took a boat out to sea to ask around.
Oh, okay.
I left him a note at Yanshang Tea House telling him to look for me at Blackcliff Forge when he got back. If there'd been an ambush waiting for us there, it means we'd have had some backup.
I mean, I can take them out just fine.
What did you find out at sea?
Forgive my incompetence. I'm afraid I've come up empty-handed. I asked all the fishermen multiple times, but none of them had any interactions with Zhi-Yi before. Then the waves got so choppy I ended up falling overboard. Fortunately, someone managed to drag me out.
Oh, sweetie.
When I got back, I heard that you'd gone to Blackcliff Forge and might need backup, so I went straight there as fast as I could. Didn't even stop to change my clothes.
Well, Uncle Tien said that Zhi-Yi once bought a recipe from one of the fishermen. Did you hear anything about that at all?
What? That's news to me. No, that's not possible. It's absolutely not possible. Lady Yelan, I'm telling you, I spoke to every single fisherman out there, and none of them mentioned anything about a recipe.
Interesting. Then I wonder how that even more wonderful fish soup came about.
Poison! Poison!
Fish soup? What fish soup?
You mean poison soup?
Nothing. Our priority right now is to find a way to get our hands on some solid evidence. Well, any suggestions?
And when they meet?
Not a bad idea. Upei, what do you think?
Honestly, I've already tried following Zhi-Yi, but the guy's too cautious. Never meets with anyone suspicious.
Okay, so tailing's out.
No, we'll still need to tail him. But first, we need to do some groundwork.
I mean, okay.
Groundwork?
When you've worked in intelligence for a long time, you'll understand that no one can stay on high alert forever. Especially when he thinks he's about to win. Tomorrow morning, I'll announce his victory at Yohai Pavilion. Take a guess what you think he'll do next. Be sure to arrive on time. You won't want to miss the show.
What if I do? Won't surprise you. Wait, I was gonna... Still on Monday, that does.
Don't be afraid to make mistakes. It's all part of the learning process.
Float down. We will float down. Nee. Get. Oh, this isn't considered the following day? It is supposed to be later. No, that was correct. It just be flying.
It looks like we're all here. Well then, time for me to announce the results of the assessment process. I won't drone on about the importance of the Tianshu role. Suffice to say that Uncle Tien entrusted me with the monumentally important task of assessing the candidates. And now, it falls to me to give him a satisfactory answer.
Yes?
All of us here know the score. Don't beat around the bush, just get on with it.
Qianwei, has many pioneering ideas, but some of his plans are lacking in detail, and he easily gets into testy exchanges with other people.
I mean...
Mingbo is reliable, but not quite ambitious enough, and because of his personality, he struggles to win people over. In contrast, Zhi is evenly balanced across the board, and enjoys an excellent reputation in Liyue. After much consideration, I have decided to recommend Zhi to the Liyue Qixing.
Okay.
What?
I mean...
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Honestly, I'm a little surprised to hear my name being announced. In my estimation, all three of us are worthy candidates for the Tianshu position. As your competitor, I've become keenly aware of your great talents. Would either of you entertain the possibility of working with me in the future and taking on some of my workload?
I'll have to see. I'm in a bad mood. This is the last thing I want to be thinking about right now.
I don't mind, as long as I can help.
Okay, well, that's all from me. Zhi, you'll have some preparation to do. It won't be long before you're informed of your official appointment. I hope you will work hard and make Uncle Tien proud.
Yeah.
I will live up to the Tianshu name.
By poisoning
On this,
my successor.
You have my word.
I mean,
I should go. I need to pack my things, and then I think a celebratory meal is in order. Would anyone like to join me?
Count me out. I'm not in the mood for a celebration.
Zhi seems pretty relaxed now. This would be a good time to follow him.
Say that louder, Paimon, and
Hey,
into the
Traveler,
mic.
tell me something. What exactly does that guy have that I don't?
The fact that you're asking me this question.
If you can't answer that, I'm not accepting this result.
I, also wouldn't mind knowing.
Oh no, if we get stuck here, we won't be able to leave.
Follow him.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, she has other people.
We finally got rid of them.
Lady Yelan, Zhi has gone towards Feiyun Slope.
Woo!
Follow him, quickly.
So Zhi really sided with the Vtuber?
But what?
Difficult to say, but everything should become a lot clearer when we find him.
And beat the information out of him, because I
wonder if she can see the kites here from...
I'm sorry, Lady Yelan. We lost him.
Oh no.
He's too good at this. We weren't able to keep following him without being seen.
How the heck did he manage to shake Yelan's subordinates?
And somehow not shake me.
I guess
The last time we
didn't let his guard down. Still as vigilant as ever.
No, Upe says he's much more relaxed than usual. Maybe it's just how he's wired. Perceptive enough to sense when he's being watched.
But how?
Don't blame yourselves. Let's not forget he was trained by Uncle Tien himself. Evading detection is not an unusual skill for him to have. If I'd asked you to tail Uncle Tien, you'd have ended up at a dead end too. It's fine. So, where did you lose him?
Shinue Kiosk. He only went in briefly. Upe and I were watching outside the whole time. A few moments later, a man dressed in a completely different outfit came out. Upe had a feeling that it was him, but we couldn't get close enough to check without blowing our cover.
Really?
I figured that if we spooked him, it would undo what we've accomplished today so far. Another option would have been to arrest him there and then.
I mean,
without any
if
evidence,
there's two of you there, one of you could have followed them
So I
and
stopped Upe, and I stayed here to wait for you while that meathead went to ask around in Shinue Kiosk.
Good work. The fish didn't take the bait, but that's okay. As long as he's still swimming around, we'll find a way to catch him eventually. The key is figuring out what he's trying to achieve. Let's go to Shinue Kiosk.
Oh, yeah, I haven't done this either. Oh, God.
Could you explain to me how that works? A guy like him comes in, changes his whole outfit right under your nose, and you don't even ask him about it?
Our customers are free to dress however they please. What grounds would I have to question him?
Did he actually buy anything from you?
Okay, fair enough, but didn't you think it was just a little bit strange?
Well, maybe I did, but it still doesn't give me the right to stop him.
Did he actually buy anything to be a customer?
Enough. Let's tone this down a little. I'll make this quick. Just one question. What did he buy while he was here?
Oh, he didn't buy anything. He just picked up a bottle of liquor that he ordered ages ago.
A bottle of liquor?
Yes, a very strong kind. Fiery, with a rich flavor. Not something the average customer would order.
Is it Ishnai and...
This gentleman ordered it in person from us a long time ago. He was only here today to pick it up.
Liquor and wineware. I see. Let's go.
Where to?
Shigu Antiques.
Yo.
Hey, Miss Linlong. Sorry to bother you. Zhi ordered a wanware set from you not long ago, right? We're friends of his. He's been telling us how impressed he is with the quality, considering how affordable it was. So we just had to come and take a look for ourselves.
Sure. Which model are you looking for?
We don't really know a whole lot about wineware. Let's just go with Zhi's choice. Would you be able to show us the one he bought?
Zhi picked up his set not long ago. As a quality imitation of an antique wineware set, it has the look and feel of a luxury item.
Imitation.
Just so you're aware, we don't have many of this model left in stock. And now that Mr. Zhi has taken one, I'm afraid it may encourage the price to go up a little.
Don't worry. Price shouldn't be an issue. I'm sure we can work something out. But I'm just a little hazy on one thing. Did Zhi's wineware set include wine glasses, or...?
For this set, the wine glasses are sold separately. Minimum purchase is 1 glass, maximum is 4. Mr. Zhi bought 2.
Nice.
Okay. Thanks, Linlong. Seems there's a little more to buying wineware than I first thought. We'll have to mull it over.
Mulled wine.
Well, don't take too long. We could sell out any day now. Alright, see you next time.
That's fine. You find a quiet place nearby.
This is turning into a real headache.
Is it?
I'd just like to point out that we have the self-professed Grand Master of Fieldwork here to thank
It's
for being
adorable.
wholly incapable of tailing an ordinary civilian without being seen.
It's not like you did any
It was
better.
amazing.
My specialty is information trading, okay? I don't have the physical agility. What's your excuse?
Fair point.
Yelan, so has the plan failed? Oh, if we can't figure out where Jerry went, there's not much we can do. But why was he buying liquor at Shinue Kiosk anyway? To celebrate?
If so, it's no ordinary celebration.
What do you mean?
First of all, Zhi isn't much of a drinker. On some level, he hates alcohol because of what it did to his father.
Yeah, it's just I have a feeling that it's
If
for
he was just
the...
looking to celebrate by himself, he wouldn't spend his meager savings on an expensive bottle of alcohol, let alone buy a pair of special wine glasses.
the person he's going to
No.
show.
This is a victory feast, held in honor of Zhi's private sponsor. Whoever this person is clearly enjoys hard liquor and has a very high status, hence the need for expensive-looking wineware. Now, where might we find Fatui who match that description, I wonder?
Child. Oh, so the bank.
Fatui officials. Should be either the Snezhnayan Embassy or the Northland Bank.
Have both locations surrounded. Take as many people as you need.
Lady Yelan, is it time for us to make our move? If so, you can count me in.
No, I'm here, so you can simmer down, boy.
Get with the program, would you? This is a covert surveillance operation. Zhi may be vigilant, but that doesn't mean the same is true for his drinking buddy. In which case, we don't need to change tactics. Just change who we're following.
Great idea! So we just need to find out who Juri bought that liquor for.
If it's
and
child,
follow
we're
them
fucked.
instead.
But
Child
Lady
is
Yelan,
too...
if we get caught, this could become a major diplomatic incident.
Bitch, I'm not a part of any nation, so just have me do it.
I'm well aware. But don't you see? Jur-E is gambling everything on this. If we really want to catch him, we're going to have to accept a little risk ourselves. Stick to your orders, and make sure we're covering all other bases too. Anywhere else Jur-E might be going. I want eyes on those locations.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't worry, Lady Yelan. Jur-E may be a slippery character, but we'll keep a close watch on the movements of all Fatui officials.
I'll be waiting for you at the tea house. If I'm guessing correctly, Fatui officials are likely to take action at night.
Oh,
you should
good
go
thing
and
it's
get
night.
ready. Then meet me at Yensheng Tea House.
Oh, good thing it's night.
Keep up.
Yeah, I'm doing Yelan's character quest if you couldn't tell.
Perfect timing. Wenyuan just sent word that the Fatui ambassador, Yusupov, just left the embassy alone. He's heading in the direction of Qingshu Pool.
Qingshu Pool? That's the place Juri mentioned in his manifesto.
Oh, good that you're keeping along.
It looks like
Paimon.
that's where they've arranged to meet. Sensible choice, I'll give them that. Qingshu Pool is always crawling with monsters. Most people wouldn't dream of going there. It's one place they won't need to worry about being seen.
I mean...
Oh no, we gotta go get them!
Let's
I
go.
hope they can, you know...
If my hunch is correct, we just might hit the jackpot this time.
They can fight, you know, to protect themselves from said monsters.
This is Qingshu Pool.
Yeah.
Full of ruins, crawling with monsters. Anyone with any sense steers well clear of this place.
We have no sense.
I've looked into the place before. There's a worker's entrance somewhere around here. Follow me.
Hi.
The wind rises. Ha! Ja! Ha! Yeah! Ka! Ka! Ha! Ja! Ka! Ha! Ha!
What about Kitsune sense? Well, being that I'm just a fox, not a Kitsune,
Unnecessary.
we'll figure out the rest from there. We'll figure it out from there.
There's been some work done on this place in the past, but it's a bit of a labyrinth inside. I can't guarantee we'll be safe once we're underground.
Yelan, how many
The workers
Archons
left
have
an
I fought?
emergency access route. Still, be ready to fight at any moment. Any resistance needs to be taken out quickly and quietly. We don't want to attract too much attention.
I might be, you know, a special kind of fox that's, you know, has magical powers, but
Don't worry, we're
Not
all
a Kitsune.
professionals here. By the way, Yelan, where are your three little helpers at?
Paimon, she isn't Santa Claus!
They have other things to take care of first. We couldn't afford to wait for them, but they'll join us later.
And they're not little helpers, they're taller than she is! Shit. Yeah, no.
Next time, be sure to make a proper
Gotcha!
I don't have her leveled up enough to do
Can't
much
see?
other than that, but
Let's
since
nip
that's
that
a
in the
trial
bud.
version, you know, might as well
I will have order.
have her tie them up.
Yoo-hoo!
Quake!
Boom boom!
As I expected. But this shouldn't be too much trouble.
I mean, they managed to get past Killer Curls. Aww.
You guys see that? That's gotta be the Vtuber ambassador here to meet Ji. Looks like he went through that door.
No, of course not. You didn't see it either.
Must be the emergency access route, right? Come on, let's hurry.
Okay. Yeah, I like I said, I don't have her leveled. It's not like wants me to go through here, I'm guessing.
This is the construction workers' emergency access route, but it's closed tight.
Yeah, too bad we don't have
Trying to
explosive.
break through would be risky. Let's see if we can find another way.
Oh, I want violence. Why are you denying me violence? As you do. Thing is... Ah, fuck.
Quietly now. Busted. Things are about to get
Motion to compel.
Crumble! This is order.
Yeah, I usually have
Strike a pose.
Wanderer here, but I had to switch over to Yanfei for right now. It's, you know, I have any fire that needs to be burnt.
The water's gone down. Hey, look! Is that another way through?
Nah, it isn't, Paimon. Need to... Chesty, chesty, chesty. Ah, I wonder if we have to push these in the food.
Incinerate!
I'm not randomly trying to burn things just because I wanted to see if I could. I'm not suddenly wanting to burn a lot of things. Natural feeling. Absolutely.
Gotcha. Busted.
Motion to compel.
Mash.
Solidify!
Oh. Well. There isn't a time limit.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Gutsy.
and shroud.
Quake!
Yoo-hoo!
I'll uproot you.
Shiny, shiny. I think there's not a time limit for how slow it will take me to, you know, wander back and forth for this. Get up.
Keep up.
Floaty McFloat float. Okay, that answers that. I wonder where we're moving things around to. Nah, we'll never know.
The water's flowed into the groove, and now the statues have lit up. Okay, now we should be able to move the statues.
I'm also going to point out that this is an emergency. Thing. This is only supposed to be used during emergencies. If there's an emergency, I repeat, emergency exit. Say, everybody's gonna fucking die. If this is their rating of emergency.
The door is open. Let's go.
Everybody would have fucking died by this rate.
We should be nearly at the bottom now. Let's wrap this up.
So, what coding homework are you currently being tortured with?
Here comes the catch.
Incinerate!
Crumble! Order guide you.
Motion to compel.
Are you learning about matrices or any other horrible, horrifying thing like that? If-and statement? If-then statements? Do it again, but better. I mean, yeah. Okay. This makes perfect.
Keep up.
Fine.
I can tell from the aroma that this is very fine liquor indeed. I'm impressed.
Uh-huh.
Come on, bottoms up. After you, of course.
sorry. That went down the wrong way. I've never
Kinky?
drunk anything this strong before. It'll take me some getting used to.
You'll get there. If you want to stay friends with us, you have to drink with us.
I'll do my best.
You're more of a lightweight than I thought. Already struggling after one glass? I thought you were made of sterner stuff. You certainly kept it together when you were poisoning your teacher's soup.
I figured.
Come on, another round. Less talking, more drinking.
Sure. You didn't leave me much of a choice, though, did you? Just the mention of poisoning sends shivers down my spine. I'm more timid than you realize. Every time I poisoned him, I had to hide away at home for a few days because I was so scared of getting caught.
Look, I know it has not been easy for you, my friend. We appreciate all your hard work.
Yeah, we appreciate all of it.
But I have to say, you really are quite a genius at poisoning people. I mean, the poison we brought from Ishnai is as strong as this wine, but you found a way to turn it into an imperceptible, slow-acting poison and came up with the idea of delivering it through fish soup. What was it you said? Oh, yeah. You said the soup's fishy flavor neutralizes the pungency of the poison, and this process even makes the soup tastier as a result. How did you think of that?
It struck me one day when I was fishing. I'm lucky it did. Otherwise, I'm not sure I would have been able to fool Uncle Tien.
You have performed excellently. The Fatui will continue to provide the support you need to consolidate your position as Tien Shu. Of course, this is as long as you continue to do as we instruct. Aside from Qing Shu Pool, we also have some other requests for you, which we will inform you of in due course.
Yeah, about that due course.
Don't worry. Whatever tasks you have for me, I will perform them diligently.
Did you hear that? It was poison! That's why Uncle Tien hasn't been feeling well recently. It's all Jurye's doing.
I figured.
What a nasty guy.
I mean, after all, we don't bring up stuff about food unless there's a reason behind it.
Hold on.
What?
Did you bring a camera? If not, you can use mine. This is quite a scene. We have to capture it for posterity.
Picture of...
Excellent liquor. We've, seen no progress on the diplomatic front, and everyone has been eyeing up the treasure of Qingshu Pool. It's been a real headache for me.
You know what the fun part is? I think I've already, raided this pool of all of its treasures.
Soon,
but
everything will be taken care of, and I can report back on a successful mission. Thank you, Jurye.
Not welcome.
I remember when I first saw you. I knew right away that you would make a good partner for us. Hey, do you still remember what I said to you?
How could I forget? You said a lowly commoner like me could never be seen as a serious candidate for the Tianshu, no matter how hard I work.
Yeah, that's a perfect
The
reason
only
you
way
should...
is for you to shine bright in the Tianshu's darkest moment. I think you were absolutely right.
Yes. Under normal circumstances, the gap between you and other people could only ever grow wider over time.
Bitch.
Just look at your two competitors. Qianwei had wealth. Mingbo had reputation. But you had nothing. You were just another nobody. And that's why I decided to help you. You know, there's an old saying in the Fatui. Give a starving dog a bone, and it'll guard your home for the rest of its life.
Yes. I cannot thank you enough for your generous support.
That tone.
You know, the best thing about you is that you do as you're told without complaining. Hey, keep up the good work, and I can assure you, you'll never have to worry about Mora again. Heck, when you're not in the company of the Fatui, you'll be able to throw your weight around as much as you want. How about that?
Uncle Gao said that Jur-E has low self-esteem. Seems he was right.
Yeah.
He was worried that whatever advantage he might have now will diminish over time, so the Fatui persuaded him that he should act while he can. Do you have any more film in the camera?
I didn't realize that I needed to. You should have told me
Get ready
beforehand.
to use it. Tonight's grand finale should be coming up any minute now. How well this goes for us depends on how Jur-E plays his hand.
Ooh, is there any more alcohol? Go on. Fill me up. I'm in a good mood today, and I'm gonna drink my fill. Make sure to get me home safely afterward.
There's only a little left. Here, I'll fill your glass. If you like it, I can bring you some more next time.
Whoa, this is the good stuff. It is great.
Good thing that you came here without anybody else. Seems to be in pain and slowly drops to the ground.
Jur-E, you poisoned my wine? But when?
But where?
You seem surprised, Mr. Yusupov.
How could you?
I mean, you could say the same thing about him doing it to his master.
How could I not? I've sacrificed years of my life studying and reflecting to prepare myself for this position. And in the end, I even had to poison my own teacher. You really think I'd put myself through all that just to become your little puppet? I don't want to bow down to anyone ever again. And that includes you.
You imbecile. It's the Fatui who got you to where you are. Do you understand? If I disappear with no explanation, the embassy will come after you. They'll get to the bottom of this. Mark my words.
Mark my words.
Do you see the haystack in the corner? Underneath it is a pile of explosives. And next door in the dark room are the 3 undercover agents you sent to infiltrate the Black Cliff Forge. I'm gonna stay here till I see you slip into unconsciousness. Then I'm gonna set this on fire. Once the flames burn through the hay, they'll ignite the explosives, the ruins will collapse, and everything will be buried.
What do you hope to?
I took the liberty of leaving some evidence of your contact with the undercover agents at the Black Cliff Forge. It won't take long for people to join the dots. 2 missing person cases will become one as the truth gradually reveals itself. The Fatui planted undercover agents in the Black Cliff Forge to steal their signature ruin-grade explosives. Their plan was to blow through the solid floor tiles in the dead of night and seize the treasure of Qingshu Pool. But things didn't quite go to plan. Mistakes were made that led to the accidental deaths of the entire crew. Faced with the overwhelming evidence, the embassy won't investigate this any further. In fact, they'll be only too happy to blame it all on a rogue operation by you. It explains why you acted alone, while exonerating the rest of the embassy of any liability. Of course, none of that will have anything to do with me. When all of this comes to my attention, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to cancel the Qingshu Pool redevelopment plan immediately. I guess then, I'll be Tianshu in my own right, with a clean record and well out of the Fatui's reach.
Jur-E, do you really think you're gonna get away with this? The Fatui has a record of everything. That includes the poison, all interactions between us, even my trip here tonight. After I die, they'll come looking, and they'll get to the bottom of this.
A record? Oh, you must mean the one in the hands of your second-in-command, Theophon?
What? How do you know about that?
Because when you contacted me, I also made contact with your associates. I have Theophon to thank for providing me with the poison I used on you today. He'll help me tie up all the loose ends. After all, your untimely demise comes with a few perks for him.
With friends like these, who needs enemies?
He has been eyeing your position for a long time now.
That traitor!
Good that this poison is like slow acting apparently.
You.
Shh, 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 shh. Relax. It's over. After tonight, everyone gets what they want. And anyone else in the know is either my accomplice or about to be taken out of the picture. Sweet dreams, Mr. Yusupov.
No, you could have just let it happen. Just throwing that out there. We could have. In fact, I highly suggest it.
I did a little surveying on the way here and found that you'd left yourself 3 escape routes in case things went south.
Whoa.
I have them all surrounded. If you're thinking of trying anything, save yourself the effort. The game's up. We were here the whole time and have pictures of everything. They came out pretty nicely. Want to see them?
The game's up? Forgive me, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, Miss Yelan. I happened to discover a Fatui operation here, so I approached them on the pretext of joining forces and eventually brought them down from within. If it pleases you, Miss Yelan, I'd be only too happy to have you join me in investigating this matter.
This is how you want to play it, huh? Fine. You do you. All we need to do to convict you is establish that the poison in his system is the same as in Uncle Tien's. Nothing else you wanted to add? Let's leave it there then. Time to go.
One wrong move and it all comes crashing down. I should have been more careful. You followed him here, didn't you? I was so focused on keeping myself out of sight, I forgot he was a potential liability. Let's talk about this, Yelan. I gave you my word that I would live up to the Tianshu name, and that much I can still guarantee.
Your point being?
When I take office, I can guarantee that I will act in your best interests. In fact, all of you here tonight can expect very generous treatment in the future. I don't deny that I used underhanded methods to get here. But given my lowly origins, what other choice did I have?
You still don't get it, do you? Even now. What do you think?
Tien has always trusted
Exactly. Jur-E, clever people can always come up with a good excuse. But while you might be able to get other people to believe you, you'll never be able to deceive yourself. There's nothing wrong with wanting to win other people's respect, but when has Uncle Tien ever looked down on you? He was like a teacher and a father to you, but you chose to repay that by poisoning him. Whatever positive goal you may have started out with, you threw it away in that moment.
That's enough.
Of course. What makes this even crueler is that you managed to convince yourself there was no other way. Uncle Tien was always going to give you this opportunity, even if you'd done nothing at all. Out of everyone in the world, he is the one who trusts you the most. So much that he drank your fish soup without doubting you, not for 1 second.
That's enough! That's enough.
Life is like fishing. It cannot be rushed. Whatever you do, impatience will accomplish nothing. I was just like you once, desperate to prove myself. Only later did I realize things do not always turn out the way you plan. But you have to keep calm to carry on.
Keep calm and carry on.
You're still young. Be patient, believe in yourself, and don't look outside yourself to prove your value. Where's Jury these days? It's been a long time since he last paid me a visit.
Maybe he's just busy.
Well, next time, if he doesn't bring a pot of piping hot fish soup, don't let him in.
Whatever you were thinking about, you'll have plenty of time to mull it over in prison. Oh, I almost forgot. If the Fatui find out what happened today, prison might not turn out to be the safest place for you. Trying to have friends on both sides, it has a way of turning everyone against you. But right now, I have an opportunity for you.
Huh?
Sorry, things are about to get extremely busy for me. Let's meet at Yenshang Tea House tomorrow morning. I'll have someone remove the explosives. Then, there's someone I have to go and see.
Oh.
Need our help with that?
No.
No, it could be dangerous. You should leave this one to the professionals.
Yeah, espionage and all that other stuff?
Don't worry. As long as they're willing to cooperate, this'll be a straightforward deal. Get some rest. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, straightforward. Everything is straightforward when dealing with you, Yulan. Always. Not worried at all.
Stabilize!
Bum bum. Eight o'clock the following. Right at 8. Oh.
There is now no poison left in his system. But recovery from the damage already done will not happen overnight.
Dr. Baiju, is my father going to be...
You needn't worry too much. Keep taking the prescribed medicine every day, and a full recovery will take at most 2 to 3 years. It's good we caught it in time. A few days later, and the toxin would have built up in the internal organs. At that point, things would have been much more serious.
How did they successfully secure such a seldom-seen poison? It seems the Fatui are extremely resourceful. Unfortunately for them, they were up against us.
Uncle Tian will be heading off now. Remember to get plenty of rest and avoid overexerting yourself while you're recovering.
In 2 to 3 years.
Don't worry, I will. Thank you very much.
Nick.
Ah, you're here too? Thank you for all you've done to resolve this situation. And I'll have to make some tea in a moment. You simply have to try it.
Are you feeling any better?
The exhaustion seems to have gone, and my mind is steadily getting clear again.
Luckily, it looks like choosing the Tianshu's successor is suddenly not such a pressing issue after all.
Alright.
My work is mostly wrapped up, so I thought I'd take a minute to check in here.
Mainly because you knew that I was here, right?
The assessment process comes to an end here, Uncle Tian. In my opinion, Zhi is not suitable for the position. But Qianwei and Mingbo both have potential.
You have my gratitude. people can change their loyalties easily. I've always known this. But whenever it happens, it's still a dismal experience.
Is it just Paimon, or is Uncle Tien not that surprised?
Don't underestimate Uncle Tien. He wouldn't have appointed me as assessment officer if he hadn't had his doubts about Jur-E. Normally, the Yuehai Pavilion would be responsible for assessing the candidates. Isn't that right, Uncle Tien?
Yes, to be quite honest, I wanted to trust him unreservedly. But I have to be responsible with the position of Tianshu. When I first met Juri, I wondered if he had approached me with a hidden agenda. So I secretly investigated him. I concluded that he had no ulterior motives whatsoever. He just saw me as an ordinary fishing friend. In the end, even he changed. But when did it start?
What if none of this had ever happened?
I never had any plans to recommend him directly, but I always intended to give him the chance to compete on a level playing field. Family background and fame mean everything to many people, but I don't attach great importance to them. I had no reputation to speak of when I first became Tianshu. I relied on Ganyu's assistance for all manner of things. What I really admired about Juri was his intelligence and resilience.
I have to admit, he's a smart guy, and very cautious. The intel suggests that the Fatui saw him as very low risk, but Jur-E was still extremely careful with the poisoning. He chose that specific liquor from Xinyue Kiosk because the fiery flavor would mask the bitterness of the poison, and he chose to wait until the Fatui official was drunk and had his guard down before delivering it to him. He also installed a secret compartment in the wine pot he bought to hold the poison. As the amount of liquor went down, he'd shake the pot to release the poison from the compartment into the liquor. Afterwards, we also found he had an antidote on him. Had the Fatui official grown suspicious, Jur-E would have drunk the poisoned wine himself, and then found an opportunity to take the antidote shortly afterwards.
But that's still really dangerous.
Yes. Had he drunk the poisonous wine, he still would have faced serious health consequences despite taking the antidote. He didn't hesitate to put himself in harm's way to achieve his goal.
How is Juri now?
Well, I mean, he's sitting in a jail cell. Like Yanfei says, everyone who breaks the law has to pay the price. Still, he's cooperating. He didn't turn down my offer to strike a deal. I'll make sure there are plenty of guards around to keep him safe from anything the Fatui might be planning.
Yeah.
A deal? Does this have to do with what you said to him when you arrested him?
Yes, Jur-E's not the one I'm interested in. If he was as far as this went, I'd have handed the case off to my subordinates as soon as I realized.
Oh?
But once the Fatui became involved, things got a whole lot more interesting. I thought I might have the chance to catch a big fish.
Well, did you?
Almost. Unfortunately, it slipped off the hook at the last second.
Uncle Tien, Yeon, what are you talking about? Paimon doesn't understand.
Paimon, you tend to not understand anything, so don't feel bad.
Jur-E colluded with the Fatui to try and secure the position of Tianshu. Or, to put it the other way around, the Fatui made an attempt to interfere in the Tianshu selection process.
Am I guessing it's the banker harbinger guy that might be involved?
With Yusupov in our hands, and a statement from Jur-E, we could afford to continue with a diplomatic offensive. Also, we'd be able to gain control of Theophan, Yusupov's second-in-command. Then we'd have a pawn in the ranks of the Fatui. Pawns like this can be major assets. They open up all sorts of new options. Why else did you think I was investing so much time and effort into this case?
Because you have a heart of gold? I'm joking.
So, okay, well, did your plan succeed?
We got halfway. The first part went off without a hitch, and we passed all the information on to Lady Ningguang. But when we tried to make contact with Theophan, he was gone, along with all the evidence.
The Fatui must be spying on us. Otherwise, they'd never been able to respond so quickly.
I found out from other sources that the Harbinger
I was right.
got involved. The
banker
Fatui's
one.
main forces aren't concentrated here. Regrader was only treating this as a peripheral concern. It's a pity that Theophan got away, but knowing which Harbingers are still looking at Liyue is something. It gives me a starting point for my next mission.
The interesting thing I think about the banker one is he doesn't actually have a vision. He has a delusion, but not a vision, if I remember correctly.
I have to ask,
Or at least they haven't
Yelan,
shown what the vision is
do
for
you
him.
have any desire to take over the position of Tianshu yourself? I remember you showed some interest a few days ago at Yenshang Tea House. In my estimation, you are more than competent.
Oh, that. I was obviously joking. I prefer my current life. There's danger and there's excitement. Although it'd still be a behind-the-scenes role, as Tianshu, I wouldn't have the chance to get involved in anything truly clandestine or face any real danger.
He gets
All right,
off on
I'm done here. Time for me to go.
Thrill Seeker.
I'm heading off again in a
what?
few days,
Adrenaline
and I
junkie?
still have to prepare.
Where are you off to this time?
As you might have guessed, it's for me to know and you to find out.
Yeah, it's for you to know and me to never find out at the rate things are going
But
now.
I'm sure if you keep going as you are, getting yourselves involved in other people's business all the time, you're sure to get caught up in another misadventure before too long.
Yes, every single goddamn time.
Maybe I'll see you the next time danger beckons. Until then, keep your wits about you. A lot of people are watching you for a lot of reasons.
I know, and it worries me.
If you have any more questions, just ask Uncle Tien. After the recent turn of events, I'd say he owes you one, wouldn't you?
What would you like to know? Something I've said to Jury, Qinwei, and Mingbo before is that while cunning and scheming are quite crucial, even more important than this is staying true to yourself.
Cool.
Jury and Ambassador Yusupov each saw each other as a means to an end. They thought that if they could just outsmart their opponent, they would emerge the final victor. And yet, in the eyes of Yelan and Regrator, they are but pawns in a much bigger
Pantalone.
game.
Pantalone.
Scheming is an endless
Don't think
endeavor.
that's his real name.
If you
Kinda
can't
like
cope with it, you're better off staying out of it. It gives you a much clearer view in any case.
I know, right? Love staying out of it.
Everyone has self-interest,
Kind of like Tart.
but you cannot let it be your master. So, don't fight over fleeting gains and losses.
Party Tart's name is
Rather,
reference.
focus on the
Pantalone is
direction
the
your
reference.
heart is leading
Your
you.
title.
And keep moving forward. What would you like to know? I first met Yelan when she was very young. Even back then, she was extremely tough, and she kept her cards close to her chest. An old friend of mine once privately commented to me that Yelan is always smiling, but never with her eyes. She is a very dangerous person. Something of an exaggeration in my view. At least, I know she would never hurt the people she trusts.
But what if she doesn't trust anyone?
What would you like to know? Regrator is the 9th of the Fatui Harbingers, though likely the first among them where wealth is concerned. However, his wealth is not a mere question of how much more he has to his name. He has a very unique understanding of wealth, and what he's planning may very well shake the world to its core.
Yeah, he wants this Ishnai money to take over the Mora.
Beyond that, I don't have a lot of information about him. If you need to know
At least what
more
I
in the
remember.
future, you can ask Ningguang. What would you like to know?
About the next.
As Yelan says, now that I'm on the mend, I should have another few years' worth of work in me. During this time, I plan to gradually hand over my duties while mentoring some new candidates. Ha! That reminds me. Chen Wei and Ming Bo are still waiting downstairs. I must go and have a chat with them shortly.
Yeah, they are. Okay.
So Jerry is already in prison, I guess?
You think? He poisoned Uncle Tien. I still can't believe he'd do that. Why the long face?
Nothing. I think it's a great shame. I always thought he's very smart. If he became Tianshu, he'd be able to accomplish many things I could never hope to.
Don't feel bad. I'll admit he was a strong contender, but give me 3 years and I'll overtake him.
You mean you'll learn, empathy and within 3 years?
When I become Tianshu, I'll make you my deputy. Like the sound of that?
Start by working on your temperamental issues. If you can't keep your cool, your work will suffer. Right now, you still have a long way to go before you'll be eligible to take the Tianshu position.
I'll get there, one step at a time. And then, before you know it, there'll come a day when you won't be able to find a single flaw in me or my work.
The fact that that's your view of never find a single flaw in you or your work means that there's going to be tons of flaws that you will overlook just so that you can be able to believe that.
First things first, though. Let's go and talk to Uncle Tien.
All right. Math in brain because math brain yo. $15. I think. 1 second. There's my. I find it hilarious. I actually mathematically was able to guesstimate it, but when I actually put the actual timing in, I was correct about the amount. So one more hour. Need to find. Thanks. I'm gonna save these two for next week. The Yomiya and anyways, what can we do? I still need to actually do the group things. Also, I've been putting off. Thanks, Fox. I have only done the first one. Select fortune teabag. I be careful. This just isn't gonna go well. Actually, yeah. Check. What? I needed to. Hold on a second. As the requirement states.
Time for afternoon.
I'm gonna hate this. Ick. I'm not gonna be a dick, okay? That's just how I am. I don't care if I'm gonna or lower on this.
Take. Didn't quite dodge it.
I'm not here to be a dick. Everybody else may be here to be a dick. I'm just here. Yeah.
Didn't quite dodge it.
Just getting it done to get it done. Does that count?
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of
If you're not sure what to do next...
I'm not a competitive person, if you couldn't tell. I have to earn a certain amount. Not particularly, okay. Just cumulative. Just cumulative. Mind. I'm just, like I said, I don't care. I don't care. Does that sound like a... Sound like a good phrase? I don't care. Cumulative, I hate, so I might as well. You can keep that up. I am very competitive. Hit them for what? I don't care. I personally do not give a fuck.
I'll live. Didn't quite dodge it.
And if you notice, even in me not giving a fuck, I'm still one of the top ones. Think about that for a second. I want you to think about that for a second. I did not play by the rules of the game, and I still was pretty goddamn high on that. Now this one I actually might be a dick on, but mostly it's just me trying to get around quickly versus bumping into people. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. But yeah, I'm not trying to bump into them, it's just you're actually faster in that mode, so if they happen to run into me or happen to be near where I am, that's not what I'm trying to do. Unlike the others where you directly have to kind of be dicks to them. I don't know, the last one seems to be quicker, but that's just me for not doing what I'm supposed to do. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Alright, all the shinies for that. Illuminated beast. Out again. Ba 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 ba. Oh, nah, I was just doing the whole thing of seeing what it was when it said go to challenge. Well, I was kind of actually
Seems
hoping it might have been a
saying
quest
some
line, but it
strange
is
things
not.
again. It's really worrying.
Oh, say the thing I need to kill, I think a few times probably for Gami, is the whatchamacallit, but what I need right now for him, for Sino, is the goddamn scarabs.
He is ready? Now it's time for a short rest.
I mean, I'm lucky that most of them I've already unlocked the quests that involves me going underground to get them. So that's not the problem. It's just now that I finally have to pay attention to farming them when I hadn't before while doing those quests. All right. Let's start this quest here. Hi, Uncle Lau. We're back, Uncle Lau. Oh, thank you. Tea cauldron technician has already arrived and is tinkering with it over there. Speaking of which, has the tea problem been solved? It has indeed. If only the tea cauldron could be fixed too, we might be able to turn this place into a tourist hotspot. You know, this tea cauldron is said to be a divine treasure that was given to the village by that clown retainer from Karst. Sigh, I wonder if what's gone wrong with it. So what's she doing? I don't understand the technician's jargon either. Structural analysis this, bond graph that. Anyways, she's examining the tea cauldron. Ah, over there. Before long, Mountain finishes the examination. Mr. Lowe, I've examined the tea cauldron. From the looks of it, you two are back? I was worried about the tea cauldron because I love tea. No need to worry about. There's no such thing a problem that can't be solved after all. So how's it looking? What's wrong with the tea cauldron? It's not much of the tea cauldron itself. Well, take a look at the bond graph I sketched out over there. The flow source itself should be fine, but something's off with the performance of several gyrators over here. Flo, what? Now, Paimon's totally perplexed. That's not a new state of being for you, Paimon. Apologies, I'm just used to using all the technical terms. In layman's terms, the tea cauldron itself is probably fine, but there's something wrong with the three connected mechanisms. This is causing the flow of elemental energy nearby to act a little funny. Three mechanisms. Oh, right, you say mechanisms, we say monoliths. What 2001 Space Odyssey is this? Mountain ley lines wind all over the place, so you have to control them with sacred stones to prevent chaotic elemental energy. Chaotic elemental energy is indeed a terrifying thing, but these mechanisms shouldn't have much to do with the ley lines. They aren't directly connected. While we can't clearly see how the mechanisms are structured, their operating principles are the same. Those legendary adepti must have been phenomenal artisans, excuse me. You're not wrong there. I may not understand the mechanical mysteries at work here, but that cloud retainer sure is an incredible adeptus for coming up with such an ingenuity. These monoliths. Functionally speaking, more accurate term would be three-phase asynchronous elemental tuners. Tuners? That's right. According to the records, the great master Alan Gilliton himself, the founder of the Fontaine Institute, Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering, also designed a constraint layer dampener to regulate the elemental energy. Well, his blueprints have long lost. The principle should be the same. Emphasis on the should be. Yeah, but I could just go and ask him too. If I can find him. Yeah, we'll just go along with whatever this quest is. Shame I'm too old to learn such things. So, let me ask again. What caused this problem? Is it serious and can it be fixed? Us technicians don't get too concerned on whether a problem is serious or not. We don't think of it as whether or not it can be fixed. As for this particular issue, let's just say if it wasn't fixable, I would have left a long time ago. Well, that's a relief. There I was, thinking in the Adepti saw us as a bunch of neglectful fools, and had to cast some kind of magic on this ward to make it irreparable. I mean, I could go get Cloud Retainer for that if that's what you want to. Mr. Lau, all devices are fundamentally the same. If they're left for too long without being maintained or repaired, it's only natural for problems to arise. As Master Gilliton once said, no matter what the system or how ingenious the original design, all mechanisms will eventually collapse if left to run completely on their own. That went right over Paimon's head. But anyways, If we just fix those tuners, this will solve the problem, right? Yep, that's right. 3, you know, like all games. 3 mechanisms connected to the tea cauldron aren't too far from here. So if you let me go take a look, I should be able to fix them. We'll come help too, you know, to fight off dangers. Thanks, that's very kind of you. In that case, there's no point in waiting around. Let's get going. Haha, excellent, Miss Ishnai Paimon. I'll leave this tea cauldron business to your good selves and the technician. The problem. I don't think we've admitted to Uncle Lao that we aren't from the commission, but I'm... Okay, there it is. Threefold expectation. Cool. Threefold expectation. Ash. Yeah, I don't have the cloud retainer, but I'm still, you know, getting the Clearwater Jade. If sometime... someday... Original... more ships should protect the peace of... I mean... Cool, where would that be? Not that far away. Okay. Nope, nope, nope. No, the next one is Yai. Next one is Yai. It's just there's rumors that Kazuha will not be will be the banner after Yai. Here says, here I am worshipped and I should protect them. Won't let me go too far with you. And that does come after all. Please return me to my...
Quake!
Well, I guess that was the right position, it just didn't recognize it.
Certainly worth the extra mile.
Okay, so I did have it in the right position, it just didn't fucking recognize it. Okay, game. Also, yes, perfect bridge. Genshin Stranding, yes. No, I was gonna switch out Yanfei again, but I didn't
Crumble.
think about that, so...
Strike a pose! And shroud!
I did, I just didn't at the same time. But let's have fun with her. You know, I put up the fucking fire one. I wonder. You're not gonna fucking fuck. Yes. The F word. Adjustments are complete. I'd have to...
Why is there a chest here?
I don't know. They did something good? Is that why there's a chest there? I don't know.
Keep up.
Oh.
Keep up.
Hi. You appeared in
One with the forest.
Quake.
Interesting location.
Shower me with praise! Let the magic begin! Step on up!
This combination works really well with Lynette now that I think about it. Switch her or Wanderer out. Either one for this position. Wanderer if I need somebody who's a... more of a ranged catalyst.
There's always some fool trying to mess with me.
Or pounce a lot. I can oh. Feed from a pelican's mouth. Put seize from a pelican. Do I have to seize it from I mean I have. Is that a reference to something I don't understand? I know there's sounds a lot, but I mean, why does it have to be fish from a pelican's beak? I mean, really, I could give him any kind of fish and he should be fine, shouldn't he? Oh. Oh, I don't care enough for this bullshit. Hi, Shoshan. Oh, it's up there. That's pinned. Oh no. I'm not sure I like this. A shooting gallery it is. I think I have my bow guy. Heard you're good at first-person shooters. Whoever told you that fucking lied. Heard you're good at third-person shooters. Also, whoever told you that fucking lied.
Can't see? I hear everything!
Rise!
Yeah, one with the
Oh, that is unholy.
Strike a pose! Let my name echo in some...
And Shroud! I'll uproot you!
Over here! Surprise! Be amazed!
Quake! This is order.
Can't see? I hear everything!
Stabilize!
Just as I expected.
Upsy daisy. Susan Loomis Harbor. Unused work there. HoyoVerse projects have been paused temporarily. Person in charge sent me here for business first. Bored out of my mind. Just hang around. What do you want me to do? Oh, that. Okay, fine, shiny.
Step on! Surprise!
One with the forest! And Shroud! I'll uproot you!
Just gonna keep moving around and around and around, or stop at a point. Do this. Okay, there you are. Sort it out.
Smells like something good is inside.
I think I got this quest finished. Just kidding. Most likely about 50 other things are going to show up.
Keep up.
Here? Oh, they up there? Is that... No. Damn. Nice wings on Tanari? What wings do I have on Tanari? Oh, yeah. They're pretty. also matched a lot better.
Such auspicious rain that wets the land.
Wow, with Mountain's help, all three mechanisms now taken care of. Ha! I knew you three could do it. Such extraordinary skill. It was all thanks to Ishnai and Paimon. I just need to do some final checks now. Though there shouldn't be any problems. You two wouldn't be able to help out again, would you? I mean, all right, let's head up together. You know, me not destroy anything. Tapping lightly on the cauldron, a slight look of surprise appears on Mountain's face. Yeah, what's up? There's just something strange about the echo. According to my calculations, it should be more of a thump-thump sound. Could you maybe have miscalculated? Surely that was way too abstract anyways. And what do you mean by thump-thump? Well, the tea cauldron's empty, so by going by the formula left by Master Gilliton, the echo should be much cleaner. What in Tavat could be the reason? Could it be something living in there? Hey, Paimon! You want to be cooked up like, you know, tea? Paimon can't fit in there. No way, sure. Feels like we've discussed this before, but... Paimon feels like we've discussed this before, but why are you always trying to get Paimon to go into such strange places? Well, bitch, I could ask the same thing to you. Forget it, I'll check it out myself, Taps the tea cauldron like this. No response. Like this. No response. Oh, look. Oh, I have to get... Fine. Meanwhile, I become Alice in fucking Wonderland. Again. I'm gonna regret this. There's a level of regret that's somewhere in the back of my mind.
To meet outside the...
But are you two okay? Yeah,
Can't
no,
see?
we're
And
fine.
shroud.
We are absolutely fucking fine.
Let's nip that in the bud.
Elemental creatures?
Crumble!
Sedimentation over long years create creatures. Fine.
Can't see?
Boom boom!
Quake! Order guide you.
Yoo-hoo! Incinerate!
Eye of the storm. The fuck? Oh, good fucking thing I decided not to use.
Gather!
And Shroud, I hear everything.
Wanderer or anything.
This is order.
Boom boom! Time for your arraignment!
Rise! Order guide you.
Time to shine!
Let's nip that in the bud. Can't see? I hear everything.
Motion to compel.
And then there was none. Kick off the laptop. Whoa, how did you come out from there? I was just about to call someone. I was worried sick. Never imagined an Adepti treasure could suck people in like that. It happens all the time at this rate. But check this out. Whoa, the tea's flowing out after cleaning out the elemental sedimentation. Hang on, this looks like it's just regular water. Wow, Liyue's Adepti mechanisms are truly incredible. They can even generate whole new spaces. I know, you should see my house. I'm not letting you in my house. Even Master Gilliton himself couldn't do such a thing. Seems like little Mao was right after all. There will always be someone better than you and teapots you haven't been to. That's not how it goes. Needless to say, without you, the teapot cauldron wouldn't have been repaired so quickly. Thanks for your help, Hatsuma. But you have to use my full name. Just call me Mountain. Basically means the same thing. Alright, well thank you, Mountain. Roasting tea will never be as efficient as processing in the workshop, but seeing this cauldron was a defined treasure, it'll surely be a real tourist magnet and help revitalize the village. We'll invite the tourists to experience our centuries-old tea-making traditions themselves, and pocket a few more for entry tickets in exchange. Seems like someone's forgotten to respect the Adepti. I don't know, the Adepti seem to have forgotten to respect the Adepti at some level. The village will prosper, business will bloom. Bloom. Boom! Ugh, words! And the Adepti will smile upon us when they see it. Isn't that kind of respect? Thank you all, dear guests, for your help as well. The village's future is bright once again. You're too kind, as long as there's plenty of tea and snacks waiting for us the next time we come. But of course, that goes without saying. You are the village's VIPs now. Once the first batch is done, I'll reserve some of the very highest quality tea for you to sample. What was that? What was that achievement? T-I-am tea in a cauldron. Okay. Okay. Alright. Fine. Won't hit my head against the wall for that one. Go over here and grab some more. And most likely, the next time we'll stream this game is on Friday. Need to get the last batch in for the stuff, and then Sunday, and I'll have a list of quests that we can play through, so we can make up those 10 hours. I won't mind. I'll also probably have a bunch of other things to do. More like trivia stuff that I found out about things. About this game. You know, watching lore, because I'm a nerd. Goes with the, you know, territory.
Keep up.
Lord. Faces and everything. Well, this has a pretty view. Goodness gracious, it's gorgeous. I see you over there, Carpy Carp. I'm gonna see if there's a carp. Yes, yes, there is. Very top. There's also a chest. Just general gamer logic thought process here. Yeah. Question is, should I cheat and get out Wanderer? The answer is quite obvious, by the way. Than having to go to the other place over there and, you know, jump off to get here.
This had better be important.
Yes, it is important. There's an Adepti that needs her powers back.
The wind rises.
problems there? Yeah, I'm wonderful at platforming. 10 out of 10. Play hat in time.
Behold!
And time is a platformer. I think to get the best ending, you have to be able to do a lot of things that I have absolutely fucking no patience for it. I mean, I made it eventually, just not as quickly as I should have been able to make it.
You should consider choosing another transportation plan.
Went all the way up there. Ah. Here, and then make our way up that way. Cool. Here. Something distraction worthy over here. See a lot of things distraction worthy over here. Cool, cool, cool. I need ore.
Stabilize.
Strike a pose. Let
Teapot
my name
house
echo in
that I might be having
song.
problems with.
Yeah! Bow your head!
Crumble. This is order.
And shroud! I'll uproot you! The wind rises. One with the forest. And shroud!
Rise. Order guide you.
Behold! Know your place!
Yeah, know your place. It's all this. I think there's more
Solidify.
than one of you that I need. Those over there. Hi.
Yoo-hoo! Let the world come alive!
Let's nip that in the bud.
So there's 3 of those. Okay. I got you. Hi. Down, Sealy? Sealy? I have to follow you all the way down? Apparently, yes. I mean, I guess. Luckily with this place open the way it is, it's easier for those who haven't finished Fontaine to run across and, you know, well, I mean Sumeru, and just, you know, get all the goodies. Looking for, and the key of this looking for. I see you. I see you. Spirit there. Sealy. Alright, let's get you back to court. The fuck you didn't. Where the fuck you go?
One with the forest.
That's what you're gonna be. Okay.
The wind rises.
Dick like that. Cool. At least I got some items out of it. I mean, you can, aren't you?
Too slow. Take it and have fun.
Anyways, we're going to the top of the mountain!
Quit following me.
Isn't distracted at all. No siree! Not at all. Distraction never.
Yeah.
Kinda pretty. Where you have Lue on one side and then we have Fontaine on the other. That's kind of juxtaposition. And of course, whatever is going to be put over that direction. Oh, Haru, you want to know an interesting fact?
Keep up.
Tevat is a continent, it isn't the world. And that gods that were escaping, you know, the Archon War went into the Dark Sea, which surrounds Tevat. And as far as we know, all the gods that went out there to escape are dead.
Enshroud! Behold!
So... So we don't know what the fuck killed them if you think about that for a second.
Quit following me.
What kind of powerful shit? Yeah. It's mostly unknown.
Too slow. Quit following me.
Well, I mean, the sky isn't real into that.
You even want this?
It's been admitted to not being real. I can share with you the lore bits about them actually admitting the sky isn't real. But when we get to it on that one, let me run down here and grab this, and then end it for tonight. Grab this teleport thing. But no, multiple characters. No, they've actually said it. It's not just one of those, oh, theory crafting. It is actually been stated. But people will go back and say, when really questioned on it, the person will then go back and say, oh no, I'm joking, or am I, kind of thing. But the kind of person that says it, you sit there and go, you're not joking, you're pretending to joke. But once you know the character well enough, you're like, you wouldn't say that unless there was some validity behind it, kind of thing. And some of it's also in world quests.
Quit following me.
Which, of course, aren't
Too
voiced.
slow.
But
Quit following me.
anyways. Go hide somewhere safe. Oh no, it isn't. It is definitely multiple places in the game mentioned. It's not silly people making silly things. Let's see. And somebody to raid. Unless Fox is going to do the a wild fox appears thing. Night, y'all! And like I said, oh look, a wild fox appears. Yep, he's keeping up with me. Go ahead. Okay. Well, I mean, hey, the way theory crafters go is damn. Alright, y'all, this was Ishnai Ciarfox. I hope you have a good day or night, whenever it is, wherever it is you currently are. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and comment. Alright, let's go.